The Arlington County Board work session for March 18th is called to order. Welcome to the sixth budget work session for fiscal year 2022. Thank you to everyone who is joining. The topics for today are our courts and our constitutional officers. So we have quite a number of distinguished guests with us today. And I'd like to remind everyone, all of our public, as well as those participating, that the presentations being seen today are available online, as is the entire budget document. As a reminder to our presenters, please try to keep your presentations to 10 to 15 minutes to ensure that we have time for discussion and questions. I think we have 11 presentations today. Before we get started, I want to just share two thoughts. First, we are continuing to work as hard as we can as a county government to serve you on vaccine distribution and to get doses in arms. We are making progress, and within the next 24 hours, we hope to have additional information to be able to share with you regarding progress as we work through Category 1B and also try to serve our community as quickly as possible. And I did want to just add one other point that I hope folks will indulge us briefly for. I want to credit the county manager with some of these comments, and I'll just say briefly from him, and I hope this is okay, Mr. Schwartz, on March 15th, our country was once again rocked by a senseless act of racial violence when 8 people in Atlanta were murdered. 6 of those were women of Asian descent. Our hearts and our thoughts are with the community of Atlanta, as well as with Asian and Asian American communities across the country as they process these acts of violence. As a community, Arlington is committed to lifting up, standing with our Asian and Asian American neighbors, friends, and colleagues, and we stand committed to ending racial violence like these acts. So I hope folks don't mind that I just shared a few of Mr. Schwartz's comments. And now we will go on to the business of our budget. We will start today with the Commissioner of Revenue, Ingrid Maroy. Ms. Maroy, are you there, Commissioner?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon, Chairman DeFerranti and county board members and all the staff that's here with us. If Mark Schwartz is here as well, thank you very much for your support during this pandemic year. I also have with me in attendance, just in case there are questions that my staff is in a better position to answer, Chief Deputy Ann Beachite, Deputy and Legal Counsel Bill Burgess, Deputies Otilio Sabillon and Ray Miller, and Assistant Deputy Jackie Johnson. I just wanted to say how challenging this year has been for us. It's actually been exactly a year yesterday when the treasurer and I decided to close the second floor to the public when it became clear that COVID-19 was going to be here for a while and that it was to be taken seriously. On March 20th, all of our employees were teleworking, first with a couple of us with county provided laptops. And then eventually, after a couple of months, we were all provided with laptops and all the software that we needed so that we could continue to provide the service that customers have gotten used to from our office. So I'm incredibly indebted to our staff for the fast adjustments and the creativity and the changes that they made to be able to telework since March 2020. And especially grateful to County Department of Technology Services for all their support. Of course, you know, we've seen some businesses close. We've also seen some openings. So I'm hopeful that the worst as far as our business community is concerned is behind us, because I know that restaurants have been able to change their business a little. Other businesses, other retailers have been able to do a lot of online business, so that helps. Also, thank you to DMF for, I think it's Sasha who's going to change the slides for us. Can I have the first, can you go to the next slide? Just an overview of the office. We're in charge of assessing property, except for real estate, all business property and taxes. And we also have a very strong customer advocacy program in the office that helps to resolve issues that are not satisfactorily addressed through more normal channels. So the customer advocate is an important person in the office because he or she looks for ways in which we can provide service and solutions to complaints from customers. Next slide, please. The Business Tax Division, we provided this year technical support to the Arlington Economic Development Small Business Grant Program during the pandemic. And this program was important, especially for us, because we deal with a lot of small businesses face-to-face and by email and phone and in person especially. We also provided technical assistance to the Department of Human Services and DMF, Department of Management and Finance, when the county decided to provide housing for those customers that needed to quarantine because of exposure to COVID-19. We guided business customers through online self-service. That was an important part of this telework because a lot of customers were able to use our online self-service. We also implemented quarterly hotel tax filings and paperless initiatives for accessory homestay businesses. These are the Airbnbs, because it's easier for an Airbnb type of business to do quarterly hotel tax filings instead of monthly, because their volume is so much smaller than the big hotels. And in addition, we implemented paperless tax filings for business customers who already had payment portal and online presence with us. Next slide, please. The Vehicle Personal Property Tax Division, that's the car tax division, assisted in enhancing the technology to enable a remote call center. We improved customer response time with the upgrade of our assessment and collection enterprise system upgrade. And we assisted the ACE team to complete this critical upgrade for NADA, the National Automobile Dealers Association valuation retrieval service that we use online. And the upgrade went successful because of the help from the ACE team. DMV Select services we had to suspend because DMV Select services are all in-person services, and until further notice we will remain closed in that area. But we are continuing to provide DMV Select service to accommodate the county fleet, titling and registration, and some special customer cases. If the customer absolutely has no way to get their transaction done on time at the DMV full service, then we may be able to help on the day that we are processing county fleet, titling and registration. We also improved staff training to be able to assist customers in creating their profile online. Next slide. The compliance division, that was a little bit challenging for us because the compliance division's main function is vehicle personal property enforcement, and enforcement has to be done in person. So we were able to retrofit the vehicle to safely restart the enforcement program that we had suspended. And the reason that we had to retrofit the vehicle was that we did not want to have more than one person in the vehicle at a time to minimize exposure to COVID-19. The division also initiated a process improvement to digitize incoming assessment data. And this is assessment data that we receive in different formats from different apartment buildings and condo buildings. And being able to digitize it would prevent delays in the future with the assessments. And we supported the personal property tax call center remotely through the COVID-19 throughout the pandemic. Next slide. The budget highlights for 2022, we will continue to remotely provide high quality customer service, and we have created unique methods to provide in-person service if necessary. So we are working on alternate days with minimal staffing, in-person customer service by appointment, and that would be limited to filing deadline dates only, and limited DMV Select in-person service by appointment. Next slide. During the pandemic, well, this has been different and challenging for all of us, but our first priority was to protect the health and the safety of our staff and their families by teleworking, because even though we may think that we're fine, we're not sick, we may contract something at work or on our way to work, and then infect our families. So that's why the teleworking was the main issue for us. We telework 100% with county-provided equipment and software, and there are only a couple of days a week that 1 or 2 employees go to the office to take care of mail that has come in. We encourage email and phone communications with customers, and also for customers to use our online customer assessment and payment portal, the CAP program. We're carefully restarting the enforcement program, like I said before, with just 1 person in the vehicle. And even though we suspended the DMV Select, the service will reopen eventually by appointment. So some of these issues will remain. We will telework. Part of our office will continue to telework even after the pandemic is over, or even after the worst of the pandemic is over. And we will still encourage email and phone communications with customers, and that has been working very well. Next slide, please. Our focus on equity was basically equity for the customers who need certain services, for example, foreign language speakers with an emphasis on Spanish. So we will continue to assist customers with that. We translated our signage in public spaces and online brochures in Spanish, because that's the language that's most required. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, what we did was we accommodated food truck operators by extending due dates for vendor tags. And we did this because a lot of I would say a majority of the food truck operators are new Americans or immigrants, minorities, who don't necessarily have online access and have a hard time doing their business if we don't accommodate them, if we didn't accommodate them during the pandemic. We also extended due dates for business tangible tax at the start of the pandemic, and we waived certain late filing penalties caused by the pandemic, because we felt that that was a circumstance beyond the customer's control, especially those customers who do not have an online presence yet. For the March filing deadline, staff provided in-person service to about 65 customers who may have lacked the technology for online filing and who needed additional language assistance. So these types of services will remain. Of course, we don't know what the situation is going to be as far as extending due dates, but we will continue to accommodate customers who are having a hard time during the pandemic. Next slide, please. This is our budget summary. We had a little change in expenses and revenue and funded FTE. The decrease in revenue was due to adjustments to license plate penalties, because we are not, or we had suspended our enforcement program. That may change a little. And DMV commissions we didn't receive because we suspended the service, and there was also a decrease in grant revenue. Next slide. And then the budget reductions, the customer advocate position, which is a admin, it's a position in the admin division, the management specialist. This is the person who supports all functional divisions of the office. If this position were eliminated, then the duties would be absorbed by other staff within the office, but it will impact our ability to maintain the same service delivery levels in support functions, especially to the business division and the compliance division, because this advocate works with customers directly who have complaints about our office. Next slide. Our key budget considerations, we've been able to save some money because we're not traveling. All our meetings have been virtual, and we have been very selective in conferences that we decided to attend or not attend. And if it didn't have a direct impact on us, we would decide not to attend. An appointment system. This is the system whereby we can have customers make an appointment with us, or we make the appointment for the customer to safely provide in-person service. We're currently testing a software, and if it's functional, then it will be purchased at minimal cost because it's not free, unfortunately. We plan to reopen DMV Select, and opening DMV Select, we expect to have about 60,000 in commission coming in once we reopen DMV Select. And we will definitely restart the personal property enforcement program by the compliance division, PPEP we call it, and that will that's estimated to result in about 1.85 million in additional revenue. Next slide, and that is the end of my presentation. I'd be happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Really appreciate the presentation. We'll open it up to colleagues if there are questions. I am happy to start with a general question that I think others will probably follow up on, which is you talked some about the changes in staffing because of the virtual, going to all virtual. And you mentioned that some employees would stay virtual after the worst of the pandemic is over. Can you talk a little bit more about over the coming years, if you can give us a sense of kind of how many of your staff that might impact over the coming year or two, and what might be shifting because of the new sort of clarity that we've all gotten that some can work remotely?
We think that at least 50% of our staff could possibly telework. I'm thinking about the tax auditors, although they do have a lot of paper. Sometimes they want to be in the office to handle paper and not take things home with them because of the type of information that we handle in the office. And the call center, part of the call center would be able to telework as well. The enforcement program, that's difficult because people, at least one or maybe two people would have to be in the office, one to go out with the car and the other one to help to process the data that is coming in from the camera system that we're using. DMV Select definitely would have to be in the office because that's an in-person type of service. And we have cross-trained several staff members that are working in the compliance division or in the call center. Those folks might come to work once in a while as well because they could help with DMV Select if necessary. So it may even be more than 50% of us who would be teleworking.
Got it. Great. That's very helpful. I'm pretty sure we'll have additional questions. Colleagues, what I see is Mr. Karantonis first. If I've got the order wrong, I hope you'll forgive me, but go ahead, Mr. Karantonis.
You had the order wrong, Mr. Chair. I think Mr. Dorsey was first.
We'll go ahead with Mr. Karantonis, and then we'll go to you, Mr. Dorsey. Thank you.
Commissioner, that was a very good presentation. Thank you so much for holding the fort during a very tough year for everybody. I see in your budget and in your narrative that a lot of changes are, in the making in the department. It's not an easy thing for such an important department to say that 50% of our personnel will be now teleworking or so. That I appreciate as a big change, and I commend you for thinking in these terms. I wanted to ask you one thing. First of all, you talked about in your reductions, you talked about the customer advocate position. Yet in your introduction said that the customer advocate was an important part of the type of customer service that the department has provided. And if I remember correctly, also from interacting with previous members of your department with you, really the customer service was very high in your priorities. And at the same time, we have a huge effort to be more equitable, to get to all these business people, to all these citizens who are difficult to reach, and sometimes they are not completely connected electronically, and we need this advocacy services. So how will this reduction impact that? And how, you said that the slack will be picked up by other staff, but how well will this be absorbed by the department?
Well, I'm not for eliminating this position, but I know that the issue, we understand the issue of budget reductions for the county, and because this person was retiring last year, it was a vacant position, so that was not an easy decision of mine to possibly, hopefully not, give up that position, because we have other vacancies in the office that have to be filled. Tax auditor has to be filled. Tax assessor in the phone center, the call center, has to be filled. So this was the easiest way for me to help the county budget. I would prefer to have a full-time person in the customer advocate position. This is a position that I had promised back in 2003 in my program when I was first running, and we created that position right away after I took office in 2004. And that position not only communicates with small businesses and individual customers who have problems with their tax obligations or who have an issue with the way we do business in my office, but also this position communicates every year with apartment buildings, condo associations, condo buildings, new apartment buildings that are going up in Arlington. This person reaches out to the apartment building managers to make sure that he or she communicates with their tenants to let them know what their tax obligations are in case they own a car or a business or running a business out of their apartment. So yes, that the level of that customer service is going to suffer. And the person in that position I had always felt should be a bilingual person or multilingual person, and we had that, but she decided to retire, unfortunately. Well, fortunately for her, but unfortunate for our office, because she was really, really good in connecting, especially with small mom and pop stores and restaurants owned by Latino immigrants or new Americans who spoke Spanish. So that helped. And then she was able to connect with the Ethiopian business community, and it helps to have a multilingual, multicultural person in that position.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis, and Commissioner, for the important role, and also being willing to mindful that this moment is a difficult fiscal moment for us. And we hear you of the importance of the position. We'll go to Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. Adapting your entire operation on the fly to accommodate the pandemic, no small feat. I'm sure you gave us a nice overview, but I'm sure there plenty of other levels of detail that you could have shared with us about how complex it actually was. So very much appreciated. I want to just focus on the appointment software tool that you're exploring. That's going to be something that you're going to utilize not just for core COR services, but also the DMV Select as well?
Yes, definitely especially for the DMV Select.
Okay. And is that going to be software based where people will, sign up for appointments online? Will it be integrated with the ability to make appointments via phone?
Yeah, well, if they wanted to make an appointment via phone, then they would call our office and we would make the appointment for them on the calendar and send them an email confirmation to let them know. And so we would have the customer's phone numbers as well, just in case, if somebody cancels and the customer could come in earlier. But we find it necessary, and I've seen how it works at the full service DMV. Except that the full service DMV is a lot busier than ours. And, we would get fewer customers also because I wanted to, staff tells me, every half hour would be fine. Every half hour, a new customer could come in. But I find that a little bit more challenging because if the transaction takes a little bit longer and there's an extra person in the hallway, that's an additional risk of exposure. So of course, if this pandemic completely goes away, then we could adjust the timing. But and this appointment system would also be important for the business community, especially during deadlines, BPOL and BT, and business tangible, and also for those customers who need our help with state income tax services.
Right. So. Takeaways, just to make sure I've got them. You would be able to make arrangements via phone if for some reason you didn't have online access. And would you permit same-day appointments? So,
if possible,
okay.
if only if available.
Right.
Of
right.
course we would.
Right.
Yeah. Of course we would prefer at least 24 hours notification. But the phone service is important because we know how many people are not online because they just don't have the facilities. They don't have internet access, or they don't have a computer, or they don't have access. And we are very mindful of that.
Well, and as we're also learning with our vaccination efforts, there's a lot of mistrust that, the appointment was properly registered, even if you get an automatic confirmation. So, you're probably going to have people calling up anyway. So I just wanted to make sure that.
Yeah, which is fine because this whole year we've been doing a phone and email.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I noticed 3 of you are Pikers, and so am I.
There we go.
And Libby is also a South Arlingtonian.
There we go, Miss Crystal. That would put you next in the Miss Garvey. Go ahead, Miss Crystal.
That's great. Thanks so much. And Commissioner Murray, thank you. It's really nice to see you. I genuinely miss being able to bump into you on my way up the stairs. And thank you. I mean, as my colleagues have said, you've done a lot of work, as is your team, to adapt your services that are very, very important, have stayed accessible to business owners in particular who may be overwhelmed during this time. I appreciated that line of questioning and answers on the DMV Select. I know that's been such a passion project for you, and so I'm sure it's been with no small amount of disappointment. You all had to close that down. So thinking about how to reopen it, get it started is exciting. Similarly, in terms of points of pride, I know the work that you and your team have done to be very creative about personal property enforcement over the years has been a really big deal for the office. And I'm realizing that we sort of changed a couple of variables at one time, right? The decal went away. At the same time, there was also the pandemic. And I think the staff, as you noted in your presentation, was doing less of that kind of car-to-car work that they may have done in the name of safety. So, I'm looking, for example, at sort of the likely decreases in revenue probably being due to the adjustment in those revenue sources coming in. Is there any kind of additional color commentary you can give to us about how what the lack of decal program has meant for that enforcement, whether it's even hard to judge at this point because the pandemic has made it harder, and as you think about restarting it, what it might look like and the effects on revenues? A lot of questions embedded in there. Thanks.
Yeah, well, actually, even before the pandemic, we put into place the license plate reader system. So we have the two cameras that we put on top of the vehicle. A couple of years ago, we started that right before you decided to eliminate the decal, because we had to have a system in place that was going to be important to us to find the vehicles, to discover the vehicles that are not registered with us. And the way this system works is the camera will read a plate. If the plate is on our tax rolls, then it will disregard, not take a picture, it will disregard the vehicle. The data, and this is important for me to state because we had that police case in Fairfax where somebody's plate was read and then it was kept for I don't know how long. So we had to make sure that the data that are read by the cameras are processed within 24 hours, because after 24 hours, the data are eliminated from the system. So and all we do is read the plate number and the type of car if the camera can read it on the back. We don't know anything else because that's all we keep on the file that the cameras are reading, because there's no name, no address of the owners. We're just interested in the plate number and the type of car. That's all. And then, like I said, the data are processed within 24 hours because it's all on the system, on a database. And then letters go out to those vehicles that are not, those vehicle owners whose vehicles are not on the tax rolls. So that has been in place since right before you decided to eliminate the decal, and which is perfect because it's a much faster system than having to read decals and taking pictures of decals. It's a lot faster, it's more efficient, so we can actually discover more vehicles. There hasn't been a big loss in revenue because we noticed also that the used car values went up this past year. And you may have read the article, and it's because used cars are in higher demand now than they were before because a lot of the car manufacturers had to stop manufacturing cars. So there were no new cars for people to buy if they wanted to. Well, there were, but not enough. So that increased the demand for used cars. So you may not see a big dip in revenue, but you may see a little bit of a dip in number of vehicles that we were able to assess.
Really helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Over to Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I've been going in and out, so hopefully my signal will hold here. Ms. Moy, great to see you. What a year. Oh, my heavens. I'd like to think forward a little bit and just have you talk a little bit about looking forward. And a couple of things that I have in mind are, one, I think if 50% or more of you can work virtually, I suspect that's a lot more efficient. I suspect you don't begin to need so many people front-facing. And I also suspect that over the past year, because of the nature of, how people interact with technology, there have been a lot of people who probably had a pretty hard time, not with things going, going completely virtual. And so I'd like to have you talk a little bit, because I know, we've, with our DHS, and I know the Treasurer's Office, a lot of offices have found ways to have some personal in-person services. So it concerns me a little bit that you haven't had any. So I'd like you to talk about that a little bit. I think that might be good going forward. And then also the customer advocate, particularly if you move forward, and it sounds like it's more efficient, to doing things more virtually, that the customer advocate in some ways will be even more important. And did you consider perhaps repurposing. So maybe you don't need as many front-facing people at the window or whatever, and you've got efficiencies. And with those efficiencies, you could hire the customer advocate, who's probably more important. So those are just a couple of things that I've been kind of thinking about, and would love to have you just expound a little bit about how you see moving forward and, making some of these changes actually work better for people, because I think it's been probably pretty bumpy all the way around. Thank you.
Right. Thank you for the question. Let me start with in-person service. In-person service is especially important for business customers during deadline dates or right before deadline dates. So for those services, we were in the office, but only to help a minimal number of customers, because the rest of our customers had already done their tax returns either online or with help from one of our staff members who helped them through the system and signed them up for CAP, or helped them through the system on the phone. So that was a big help. We did have a couple of people, I believe, during the October 5th deadline, but really for us, it's not really necessary for customers to come to us unless they have no way to get service from us. And there's always a way, even if they're not if they're not using CAP, they can call us, they can email us. And we especially like phone calls, because emails is a little bit difficult to go back and forth with questions that we need answers for. But I do see, and for example, the tax auditors, they have very minimal face-to-face customer dealings. It's mostly by phone or email, but they have specific needs as well. Because if they get a stack of documents from a customer, they would like to scan it, and that can only happen in the office. They would like to go to the office and scan it so that it goes into the database and they can work on it at home. So they don't have to stay all day. So for certain services, we do have to be in the office. For face-to-face service, not necessarily, except for, like I said, DMV Select. As far as the customer advocate position, so we were even thinking, okay, could we share part of our office with other offices? But probably not, because of the type of information that we need to store in the office, because it's confidential tax information, and if one mistake is made, that can blow up the whole system, basically. But definitely we are looking into not needing. For example, DTS has talked about this in their, Jack Boucher talked about it in his work session. Phones, desk phones, we probably don't need. We use a laptop, so we don't need computers anymore, the box. So we probably could, well, I know that DTS has started taking those out of our office, because especially for those who can do all their work at home. Not for those of us who cannot do all of our work at home. So we still need some equipment in the office. So there are some savings here and there. And then I'm also hoping, of course, that this American Rescue Plan that the president signed, that will help state and local governments.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it seems, I hope the American Rescue Plan will come in. I think, you've made so many changes already, and a lot of us have, that's a real benefit moving forward that we can learn from, and I think you are. I just, again, would really encourage you to, I'd really be interested in seeing down the line your thinking a little bit, because I think with efficiencies, you may find enough to keep that customer advocate, who seems even more important as we move more to virtual. So I would just encourage you to do that kind of thinking, which I think will help provide better services to folks, and appreciate that, because some people it's just really hard to do virtual, as you well know. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey, and thank you, Commissioner Maroy. I think on one of your items, I saw you describe your boss as the people of Arlington, which I think is a pretty darn wonderful way to do it. Appreciate all the adjustments that you and your team have made. And it is really good to see you. We have about a fair number of courts and constitutionals to go, so I do not have additional questions. Just a big thank you to you for coming and joining and helping serve the county.
Thank you, and thank you for your continued support of our office.
Sure. I'm glad you mentioned it, and appreciate. We'll keep that particularly in mind as Ms. Garvey made the point about the consumer advocate. Thank you. And next we will go to our treasurer, Carla De La Pava. Ms. De La Pava, are you there?
Hi there. I am, Matt. Hold on while I figure out. I'm gonna run my own presentation. So we'll see how this goes. Let me know if you can see it.
It looks, we can see it, and that's great.
Fantastic. Okay, so good afternoon, Chairman DeFranti, members of the board, Mr. Schwartz. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about next year's budget. I also understand that you have a very long afternoon ahead of you, so I will try to be brief and to the point. My mission as treasurer is to receive, collect, safeguard, and disperse county funds. Some of last year's highlights include the completion of a year-long upgrade to the tax administration system. This new version of our software will allow for a much easier implementation of planned enhancements. And because the rollout was originally planned for March of 2020, one of the most remarkable aspects of the upgrade was that it had unexpectedly to be done remotely, which was a first for Arlington County and our vendor. We were also able to roll out a new and improved CAP system. It is more user-friendly. It has a more modern look and feel, in addition, though, to having enhanced security. All of these factors helped us handle a 13% increase in usage during this pandemic. But the real accomplishment of the last year was continuing to serve the public whose needs were urgent and dramatically different during this pandemic year. We were able to open safely to the public last summer, and I am happy to report there have been no COVID cases transmitted within my office. I also want to say, though, that this last year has proven just how critical the county's phone systems are to the continuity of government and to the ability, to our ability to help taxpayers. We worked a lot on outreach. We rewrote bills and past due notices, placed inserts into all tax correspondence to make sure that people knew we were there to help. TAP loans, I've talked to you about TAP loans before. They are and have always been a shock absorber in times of need, and they were vital for us again this year. I worked with John Marshall Bank to lower their origination fees from 10% to 5% during 2020. We had almost $1 million more in TAP loans than previous years. And I want to thank the county too, because they rolled out DocuSign to departments way early in this pandemic. And that made the TAP application contactless and paperless, which was appreciated by both taxpayers and staff, and I'm sure will continue to be so long into the future. We added nearly 400 new internal payment plans for those customers directly impacted by COVID, totaling more than $1.8 million. So between the two programs, we prevented $3 million from going delinquent. This year's success, however, was really marked by collaboration and coordination. With the help of Parks and Rec, DTS, DES, we were able to open for the first time a satellite location at TJ Community Center during our busy tax season. In addition, and I'm sure that you all have seen this, we were able to move most of our payment stations in the Bosman Center to the lobby, which is a large open space that allowed for social distancing. Next year, our initiatives include consolidated billing, and I am sure that people have wondered, why we send a separate bill for each tax account that they have. The reason was that we had to send a decal for each vehicle. Now that you have eliminated the decal requirement, we can send a single bill that includes multiple vehicles. One bill, one envelope. It's more cost effective and it's definitely more environmentally friendly. All in all, it's just easier for our customers. We also want to embark upon paperless billing. This is an opt-in program that is allowed by the Virginia Code, and it's been a popular request from our citizens for quite some time. And this is an example of one of the improvements that our new system will do much more easily than the old system would have. And again, I'm here talking to you about the Enterprise Payment Portal. It has been a multi-year effort, so you've heard about this in prior years. I am really happy to report that our draft RFP is under review in purchasing, hopefully as we speak, and should be released really, really soon. I'd also like to talk about equity. We work every day to advocate for taxpayers that are in need. We have 10 foreign languages spoken on our staff, 8 dedicated positions in my office for Spanish speakers who are available to assist customers in person, by phone, or by email. We have translated important signage and information into Spanish, and we have an entire team of people available to those who might not be tech savvy to sign up for CAP. During the past year, we have reached out to individuals delinquent on their taxes to offer loan programs or payment plans. And in fact, we chose the first location for our satellite office based on the highest concentration of people who pay their taxes in cash. We have developed a robust outreach program for people eligible for real estate tax relief. But we also needed to reach out to small and mid-sized businesses impacted by the economic upheaval caused by the pandemic. Hotels, restaurants, Uber drivers, just to name a few. One of the first things we did was to delay payment penalties last March and April for businesses that were facing unprecedented hardship. We also worked with Telly Tucker and his economic development team to help them verify eligibility for their small business grant. We have repurposed our seizure team to be an outreach team to talk with businesses that have delinquent taxes. Some we talk to about payment plans, and some we talk to about the benefits of filing their tax returns with the Commissioner of Revenue to ensure that they are accurately assessed. Unfortunately, we are finding that some businesses have already shuttered their doors. And finally, as one of the few public-facing offices in Bosman that remains open to the public, we are available to the myriad of people who come in looking for some sort of help. I'd also like to take a minute right now to mention an equity concern that I do have: the motor vehicle license fee. The MVL fee is a regressive fee. The same amount is billed for all vehicles, brand new to very old. So our most economically challenged residents are paying the same amount as our wealthiest vehicle owners. In fact, our neighbors in Alexandria recently eliminated this fee. And I think we can learn from their experience and replace this fee by incorporating it into the tax rate. Doing so would not only address this equity issue, but it would reduce spending as it costs real money to bill and collect this $33. I look forward to working with the manager on this issue, and I am really hopeful that we can bring you a proposal with the FY23 budget. The Treasurer's budget next year is essentially flat, and our FY22 budget reduction is summarized on this slide. We are reducing our budget by freezing one position. Our primary cashier will retire in January of 2022, and we have agreed to freeze this position until the start of the new fiscal year. I would like to take a moment to thank my staff as well as all county employees for their tireless work for Arlington this year. We in the Treasurer's Office have received support from literally every department in the county, and we really, really appreciate it. Thank you for your time, and I am available for your questions.
Thank you, Treasurer De La Pava. Thank you for your work, for shifting. I see Ms. Garvey has a question. We'll go to you.
I actually don't have a question, really. Thank you so much, Treasurer De La Pava. This is, I mean, and for everything you did this year, it was amazing. I remember talking to you about those TAP loans and what we could do and how fast everybody had to change. It's amazing. I'm so glad we came through with DocuSign. There were a number of people wanting to do DocuSign for a long time, and there kept being a lot of resistance, and suddenly now we do it, which is better for everybody. Thank you for those satellite locations. You know, I mean, in that part of the thing with my questioning the Commissioner of the Revenue was realizing that you'd done that. Do you want, and I guess I do have one question, do you see keeping up those satellite locations? Is that actually an improved service that you might want to keep up?
I would love to. My one thing that, you know, that is a little bit of an obstacle is that this year the TJ Community Center was closed, so we could have the facility. So working with Parks and Rec for maybe other sites that might be available is going to be really important, and figuring out how to work together with their schedule. But I will tell you, they were so generous in offering that space and that support and their people to help us, you know, kind of work out the kinks. It was really amazing, but I would love to continue it if at all humanly possible.
That's great. No, I'd love to hear that. And I think and that might be a model for some other things. These satellite locations really helpful for people. I think we're going to be getting to satellite voting soon.
In fact, one thing, yeah, Libby, is that, you know, we opened for an entire week at TJ, but it's possible we could do 2 days here, 2 days at Lubber Run, 2 days there. So, I mean, there's lots of ways to do this. And I thought it was the perfect year to try this, you know, kind of out of the box new idea.
Absolutely. I look forward to that. And I got to go to the new Lubber Run facility. It's gorgeous. And of course, once we get through the pandemic, you won't have to have quite so much spacing, which should help a little bit as well. So thank you much, and appreciate your the equity issue with the car fees. Had not thought about that. Appreciate hearing how that, you know, working that through for the future. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot, Carla. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you so much. I will be super brief. Just a quick clarifying question. You were mentioning the regressive vehicle registration fee and proposing incorporating it into the tax rate. We would be incorporated into the personal property tax rate?
Yes, the vehicle tax rate.
Fantastic. Okay.
It's it is a thought. I've noticed that, you know, Fairfax eliminated their decal, you know, oh my gosh, 15 years ago, and they kept their motor vehicle license fee. But it occurred to me when Alexandria eliminated their decal, they eliminated the whole fee altogether. So all of you would have to have it be revenue neutral, you would have to adjust the tax rate.
Right, which is why I appreciated your proposal. It wasn't merely the elimination of the fee; it was somewhere else. And so, do you know we were able to adjust that tax rate? It's not set by the state. We have the authority to change it.
That's your rate. Yes.
Okay. Well, I think this is a proposal worth exploring for the reasons that you signaled. And I'll join Ms. Garvey in thanking you very much for the pivoting of your team, their willingness to continue in their front-facing roles. We don't often think of your office as first responders, but you've certainly been essential workers during the pandemic, and we appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Thank you, Katie, Ms. Crystal, and over to Mr. Karantonis. I think you're on mute.
Oops.
Muted. So I just wanted to ask what Ms. Crystal has referred to. That I find a very intriguing proposition. I know that in Alexandria they've done it, and it is equity connected. You are absolutely right, Mr. LaPava. And thank you again for for the amazing performance of your staff during the days of being downstairs here at the Bozeman building and serving citizens. A lot of people needed a lot of help these days, and they've been served very, very well. It was a great customer experience this time, and I cannot be thankful enough to the deployment of your staff.
Thank you.
I'll
just join the chorus of thanks. I was struck over the last on Monday. A taxpayer mentioned how much the taxpayer assistance program had meant to her. So I think it's an important program for us to be very aware of. Appreciate the suggestion on the equitable thought with respect to motor vehicles. It definitely is something I want to pursue, and just thank you to all your team of employees who help service. We will go on unless there's any quick last thoughts you have, but thank you, Carla and Ms. De La Pava, for your service to Arlington.
Thank you. Bye-bye now.
Great, thanks. We have one challenge I would like to go to Judge Newman. I understand that may be just a slight shift in the order, but I understand there's a commitment that's come up for the judge, and want to go to Judge Newman if you're there first. We will come back to our registrar, but first Judge Newman. Are you there, Judge Newman?
Well, if Judge Newman's not available, I'm in my office. This is Judge DiMatteo. How are you?
Judge DiMatteo, I understand you also have a commitment as well.
Yeah.
So let's sort of strike while the iron is hot. Go ahead, Judge.
Will do. Is Lisa Wilson on the call as well? Lisa, she's in her office as well.
Oh, there we go.
I am here.
So, Lisa, do you want to walk us through this, or do you want me to do that?
I can walk us through real quick, and then I'll turn it back over to you to actually answer any questions. Good afternoon, Chairman DeFerranti, members of the County Board. My name's Lisa Wilson. I'm the court administrator, so I can sort of walk through very quickly just our PowerPoint presentation, so we can go on to the next slide. This is our mission. I think this was already posted on the public website, so I won't take the time to read it, but it is a mission that the Circuit Court takes very seriously. We can go to the next slide, please. Again, our department overview. The Circuit Court Judiciary, below the judges are two programs. There's the court side, and then there's the adult drug court side. Again, I'm not going to read the ins and outs of what the court does. We are the court of general jurisdiction, the highest court in Arlington County. We are the trial court of record. For any citizens who may be watching, Circuit Court is a court that you think of when you see Law and Order. It's where the jury trials are tried. And the trials de novo from appeals from General District Court and Juvenile Domestic Relations Court. Next slide. And again, this is an overview of our drug court. Judge DiMatteo is actually the judge that presides over drug court. So she certainly can answer any specific questions you have about drug court. Judge DiMatteo, was there anything you wanted to say as an overview for drug court?
Overview is simply that these are folks who were court involved, and also obviously drug involved or addiction involved. And this is an opportunity to divert folks from potentially a penitentiary sentence with a way of keeping folks in the community with a lot of treatment and supervision. And I'm pretty sure most of the board members are familiar, but happy to answer questions at the end if there are any.
We could go to our next slide. This slide, I think we're all here in Chambers are quite proud of. The Circuit Court Judiciary and the COVID-19 pandemic. I think, as most of you know, the courts had to continue operating throughout the pandemic. So we didn't have the luxury, and I don't mean luxury to be disparaging to the other departments that were able to take advantage of either winding down operations or shifting primarily to remote offsite telework
environments. Our judges were here every day of the pandemic because court went on every day of the pandemic in one form or another. Clearly, we had to wind down operations. We were unable to have jury trials until we were able to assure the Supreme Court, as well as all of you on the board, that we could conduct those trials safely. As you can see from the last bullet on this slide, the judges working in conjunction with other key stakeholders, which would have included the Arlington County Sheriff, the Arlington Department of Public Health, Dr. Varghese and his team, DES, DTS. We worked closely with the other stakeholders within the building. So obviously our facilities. We work with the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office, with the Public Defender's Office, with the Arlington County Bar Association to draft a plan to present to the Virginia Supreme Court, outlining how we would safely conduct jury trials in Arlington County. As you can imagine, it was pretty intense undertaking. It ate up most of the summer because we wanted to make sure we were meeting with all of the stakeholders, especially Dr. Varghese and his team, making sure that they were with us from day one, advising us on public health concerns. And we're proud to say that the plan that the judges submitted to the Supreme Court was approved on October 21st of 2020. So as of that date, County Circuit Court is open for business with respect to our ability to safely put on a jury trial on both the criminal and the civil side. We've not had one go yet, but we stand ready to do that safely whenever the first trial comes down the pike. As you can see from the other bullets, from the outset of the pandemic, and this a year ago, I believe is one of the previous speakers mentioned, it's already been a year. A year ago, as soon as the COVID crisis began and the Virginia Supreme Court declared a judicial emergency, the court took immediate action to protect the personnel, attorneys, litigants, and citizens who were continuing to come into the courthouse to do business. Those measures included ordering the wearing of face covers within the building. I would note that Judge Newman's order to mandating face coverings within the courthouse actually predated the requirement to wear them in other county buildings. Taking measures to ensure social distancing within the courtrooms and utilizing staggered dockets so that pre-COVID, all of the dockets started between 9:30 and 10 o'clock. All of the parties simply came into the courtroom and you sat there until your case was called. The judges utilized staggered dockets, which means the cases were set at specific times in order to control the number of people coming into the courthouse and the number of people inside. Judges continued our shift to, or their shift, to automated workflows so that enhanced the productivity of staff working remotely. We only really had 2 staff members at the height of COVID, or when COVID first hit, who were working full-time remotely. Those were our 2 docket specialists. All 4 judges were here every day. All 4 of our judicial law clerks, each of the judges has a judicial law clerk. The judicial law clerks were here every day. And then once I came on board, I was also in chambers every day. So we did allow our 2 docket specialists to work remotely. Fortunately, we had the technology and the capability to allow them to do that. At this one of the docket specialists has returned full-time, and the other one is transitioning back to full-time. And then you can also see from the 3rd bullet that the court implemented remote hearings almost immediately in civil cases, and where appropriate in select criminal cases. Just because of the nature of criminal cases, it's much more difficult to have remote hearings, but able to institute those almost immediately on the civil side. And even now, the vast majority, I would say, of the civil cases are still being done remotely with the parties participating through teams. Prior to COVID, had the ability the judges had the ability to have cases heard with defendants who were in custody in the Arlington Detention Center without having them brought over. We had the capability to do remote hearings, leaving the inmate over in the detention center, the judge in the court. Pre-COVID, I believe we had one courtroom that had that capability. Over the course of the pandemic, thanks very much in large part to the support we received from Mr. Schwartz, as well as from you all on the county board, we were able to expand the hubs. They're called hubs, to all, I believe all four, at least four of our courtrooms, if not five of the courtrooms, now have that capability, so that we allow the judges and the sheriff's department to protect the inmate population by not having to constantly bring them back and forth to the courthouse, and they can still have hearings and still fully participate. Judge Mateo, was there anything you wanted to add or anything I missed?
No, you covered it beautifully. Thank you, Lisa.
Our next slide. As you can see, our year-over-year budget is basically flat. There's only a slight 1% projected change, increase in expenses. Revenues, again, are staying relatively flat. Slight decrease because of the difference in the Falls Church reimbursement. And then our funded FTEs remains the same. Next slide, please. Key budget considerations. These are those current and I would say forward-looking budget considerations that we will need to continue to take into account as we're working on future budgets. Ensuring ongoing funding for the annual judicial and staff trainings, maintaining sufficient staffing levels to comply with the Virginia Supreme Court model standards. The Virginia Supreme Court model standards are the standards that we are expected to meet. All courts, or at least all circuit courts, I believe all courts, have model standards for various types of cases, time for completion and closing out those cases, and those stats are maintained through the Supreme Court. And so we need to make sure that we're maintaining sufficient staffing levels to meet or exceed the model standards. We want to make sure that we're ensuring ongoing funding for equipment upgrades to support our automated workflows, including enhancing our courtroom technology. And again, I take a pause again to thank Mr. Schwartz, the DTS team, and the members of the county board for all of the support that you've already given us in terms of technology to get us through the pandemic, as well as to help us to begin preparing for true 21st century courtrooms in Arlington County. And then to continue working to identify appropriate candidates and to increase total capacity in the drug court program. And I think there might be one more bullet on the next slide. And then the judges really want to continue to find ways to provide services to individuals who are involved in Arlington County Circuit Court, but who are not residents of the county. I think the goal is to the extent that they're able to eliminate any disparity between options that are provided to individuals who live in Arlington County and individuals who live outside of the county, so that when they're, particularly on the criminal side, and they're trying to fashion a sentence, that from an equity standpoint, and if they're being treated equally, and they're not sort of disadvantaged because they don't live in Arlington County. And Judge Mateo, you could probably speak to that bullet and probably the one about drug court a little better than I did, but I know, I thought that was well done.
The issue we often face, as you might know, is that in the criminal side, folks may come into Arlington County, may become criminally involved in Arlington County. And of course, if we're trying to provide mental health services or substance use disorder services to a person through our community services board, there are often restrictions due to residency. And that's something that has prevented us from addressing some individuals who might otherwise have been able to be in our drug court, or even to have other kinds of services provided pre-trial as their pending trial, because they don't qualify. And so I know it's a real budgetary concern, and perhaps more on the human services side of it, but it directly impacts the way we can manage cases, perhaps release people from pretrial detention, or as I say, in the case of the drug court, maybe get them into housing they might be even homeless outside the county and not have residency, try to find a way to get folks in. I will say Dr. Guerrero, I think you might know Dr. Grace Guerrero. She works with my drug court and is phenomenally flexible, but she still has to make sure people are qualified to receive services. So that's just a note I think that the four of us were interested in putting out there, because we do have a sizable population who does not live in the county who happens to become criminally involved in the county. So just a note, a thought for you all to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge DiMatteo. Ms. Wilson, is that conclude?
I believe that does. And I will apologize because I was a last minute stand-in for Judge Newman. So hopefully I wasn't talking too fast, but I am mindful of the amount of presentations you all have to see and your graciousness in letting us go out of order. So I didn't want to inconvenience the registrar too much.
Thank you for that background, and thank you for, I know Judge Newman did want to be here, had a family issue, I think, that he had to help attend to. And so just a thank you. We'll go to questions. I want to just highlight and get Mr. Schwartz has been helping out with so many of the logistics. We've been staying involved even if we haven't been having Teams conversations. But there is, I think, another update with respect to COVID that I think, Mr. Schwartz, you may want to just speak to. There's been an email, and I'll leave it to you from there.
I'm always so motivated when I see Judge DiMatteo and Lisa Wilson, but I just wanted to...
It's always good to see you too, Mr. Schwartz.
Always good to see you too, Mr. Schwartz. I'm feeling very motivated too.
We just sent out a notice to all county staff that starting tomorrow, the first group of county staff who fall into the category of staff who interact with the public and have difficulty maintaining 6 feet of social distance will receive their invitations for their first doses. So that's good news. That affects many of the people participating in the conversation today. At a later date, following on at least a week after that, the remainder of county staff will be invited. And also, the state had just announced last night that all individuals in a 1B category can now register at all the pharmacies as part of the federal pharmacy program. So I just wanted to give that update. Thank you.
That's fantastic. And Mr. Schwartz, too, thank you so much to you for the support that everyone in the county has given us, and there are many people to thank. I can't express to you the amount of money and effort that went into setting up these remote hearings. Ms. Wilson touched on it. Not moving people from the jail is huge. Because as you know, the congregate environment requires quarantine anytime you move someone outside of that environment. So bringing folks back and forth to the county the courthouse really would have been a huge problem. And I think the numbers of COVID cases in the jail are virtually minuscule, almost none. They're very few. And it's largely because of that kind of cooperation and assistance. And I really want to thank Mr. Schwartz and the DTS team who really helped all of us. I think all the courts benefited from it, but speaking for our court, it was truly, truly impressive. So thank you all very much for that.
Great. That's a really helpful note. And there will be others who will fall into that category of frontline facing that will have the rest of this afternoon. And I'm certain that Ms. De La Pava and Commissioner Maroy also, this affects a lot of people, and those who are line as opposed to those of us who are in our homes need protection. So we'll go to Ms. Garvey and then Ms. Crystal.
Sure. So thank you. Judge DiMatteo and Ms. Wilson, it's great to see you again, even if it's only virtual. It's been a long time, a year, I think. So one point, thank you. I think there's been great cooperation with the county and DTS and Dr. Varghese. The one spot that's not so bright is that there was a very different adopting of public safety measures in the courts, and I think particularly our juvenile court. I heard a number of stories that were very distressing to me about, for one, at first telling people in the courts that they could wear masks. And I know that's not, it's sort of over the overall thing. So I'm just going to toss that out and say, one, it was very distressing to me to hear about that. Two, is there anything we could have done to have made sure that all of the courts moved forward and did what they needed to do in a more expeditious fashion? Because from the stories I heard, both from staff and from residents, they were very slow to adopt, and it really was not good. So
I can't speak to those exact instances you're referring to. All I can say is in the circuit court, we implemented very quickly. As you know, Judge Newman issued the mask order for the entire courthouse early, ahead of most other places. So in that respect, I would say we were on that front line for that. In our circuit court, we were doing as many remote hearings as humanly possible. So we weren't even coming to court. But again, it had to wait we either postponed hearings to avoid that problem, or we implemented the remote hearing process, especially on the civil side, I'll tell you. And then, of course, we've had massive distancing. We are lucky because our courtrooms, if you haven't seen us, you're welcome to come anytime you like, they're very big. So we have, in the circuit court, large volumes of space. So I know the juvenile court was designed differently for very good reasons, smaller, more intimate hearings. They faced a huge challenge. So I think your question might go better to Judge Robb or Judge Veruzas.
Yes, no, and I do plan to take that.
But I would say, I don't think the county could have done more. I believe you all were so super responsive to any inquiries we had, but we obviously know how to manage the courthouse better than anybody else since we're here every day. I think it was really a wonderful collaboration to address everything in real time as we were facing real issues every day. Of course, Ms. Garvey, if there's anything specific to the circuit court you think we need to address, please let me know. I will pass it on to every single judge. We are dedicated to making sure no one is in harm's way. And we've been extremely successful in avoiding any problems. So at least that's as far as we're aware, and Lisa Wilson can address anything she's ever heard, but we've not heard concerns about anything going on in circuit court directly. So I'm not sure I can answer your question any better than that.
I'm just bringing it up, and I will bring it up with the juvenile court. Perhaps it's inappropriate here, but it's all connected. And I was chair at the time, so I was a little more involved than most people. And as I say, it was distressing. So I'll bring it up with juvenile court, and we'll just make sure we don't do it goes better in the future. And I appreciate everything you all do, because it was just a very differential adaptation of what needed to happen. And there were some outliers that weren't as good. And I appreciate everything you've been doing. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Thank you both. We'll go to Ms. Crystal.
Well, thank you so much, Judge DiMatteo and Ms. Wilson. Really appreciated the presentation, and really encouraged to see the thinking that you all brought up at the very end about this idea of the wraparound services associated with drug court for non-Arlingtonians. My understanding from talking with folks in our judicial system and also with Sheriff Arthur is that, at times we've had even a majority of our folks involved in the system are not from Arlington. And so not being able to serve community members of the greater DC community means that all of the benefits of drug court or now behavioral health court and preventing recidivism, sort of can't apply. So this may be a question for now, and it may just be a question for this time next year when, God willing, we're in a slightly rosier revenue picture. But have you all put any pen to paper about what the costs of expanding those services to non-residents might look like? We haven't done that. It's a great question. There has to be receptivity first. There might have to be changes in rules second. I used to represent DHS years and years ago, so I know there are restrictions with the Region 2s and I've lost all the lingo, but you follow me. It's there are certain restrictions, so it would have to be within those confines. It may be limited. I suppose what we could do, if you're interested, sounds like you are, what we can do is probe it a little bit with Dr. Guerrero. She's our liaison with DHS. And maybe figure out what their barriers might be and sort of spec it out for you. We also don't want to, at this point, we're not expanding drug court much past 20 people. 22 is really the functional limit. So, if it's within those boundaries, then the numbers are going to be relatively small, just to give you that glimpse of it. I'm happy to do that for you. And I'll talk with Mr. Jacobs to kind of, drill down and see if we can kind of get a case by case count on, case cost for something like that. Yeah. I'm happy to give you that. We can follow up with you. Sure. I think that would be fascinating. And I think some awareness, exactly as you highlighted with some of the funding streams and the obstacles that could be presented there. I suspect like doing that at scale maybe would require a ton of interjurisdictional reforms. But exactly as you said, there are probably some functional limits on it already between the caseload of drug court in general, and then maybe even just the sort of the numbers of folks that would be great candidates for an alternative program like that or the behavioral health. So I'd love to see more, whether it's this budget or something we could start putting the pieces in place to try to pursue for fiscal 23. I think either way could be exciting. So thank you.
We'll look for that. Thank you so much for your curiosity about that. Appreciate it.
Great. I think it was Mr. Dorsey and then Mr. Karantonis. Mr. Dorsey.
I am well taken care of by Ms. Crystal's question and Judge DiMatteo's offer, so I'll consider myself satisfied with all of that. And let me just also thank Ms. Wilson for an excellent presentation. I have a feeling that Judge Newman is just going to rely on you to do that in future years since you did such a great job. So thank you very much.
He's relying on the fact that I did it for 13 or 14 years with the Commonwealth's attorney as their administrator.
Exactly.
So you're always seeing me just in a different department, but thank you. That was very kind of you to say.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. No good deed goes unpunished. And thank you for the brevity. Mr. Karantonis.
Indeed, Ms. Wilson. Thank you so much for the great presentation. Absolutely stunning. And Justin Mateo, very nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you, sir.
As often the case, I have a small appendix to Mrs. Crystal's question. So you mentioned in the beginning that commitment to diversion is already, is not only relevant to criminal justice consideration, to our equity commitments. We as Arlington County has already committed to pursue restorative justice, etc. But it also has a fiscal impact since we are talking budget. So is there any place where we can, inform the taxpayer how this is going and how how fiscally prudent this is, or beneficial to put it? Yeah. I mean, it's not only beneficial for the people who go through the programs, but also beneficial for the taxpayers.
Sure. That is, we have in past years provided the general overview of the cost effectiveness of a drug court. This is one of the most widely studied programs ever to have been implemented in the criminal justice system, and because there are many, many drug courts across the country. So there's lots of data. The bottom line is, and I will get you that because I think it's in the Virginia numbers, because I think you should look at those. There are huge cost savings by having people out of jail, because the cost of jail or the penitentiary is extremely expensive, and you all know that personally because you run the jail and you fund the jail. Every day a person's not in jail saves money. So it's not a one-for-one, obviously, because we have services behind the individuals who are in the community. But I will tell you, almost every person in my drug court is employed. And that's one of the goals of it, of course, is to have everybody out in the community being productive and taking care of themselves. We do have people in supportive housing that you're familiar with. We do have people in treatment. So, of course, it's costing the county money, but it's not a dollar for dollar cost. So that we're saving hundreds of thousands of dollars is the bottom line. And I will get you the state numbers if you think that would be helpful to you to make your point. But every single one of the programs that diverts a person from jail and puts them into even an intensive program like my drug court is still saving money for the county. So I don't have the dollar figure in my head. I wished I had, because I often have that in my little folder and I don't today. But it is a pretty good number, and it saves quite a bit of money. And I'll make sure you get that packet. I'll talk to Mr. Jacobs, my director, to get that for you, because it's a really important figure to have statewide. And if we have county numbers, I'll get you county numbers too. Is that what you were thinking of, actually, yeah. Sir? Okay, yes. Terrific.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, and while you're at it, Judge DiMatteo, send it to all of us.
Of course, of course. Please. I will not have any ex parte communications with one of you. Can I also make one other point real quick here? It wasn't part of the slide, but our case filings have been going up quite a bit on the civil side, nearly 25% increase in case filings. And I just want to make the comment that our ability to function effectively is also intertwined with our clerk's office and their ability to function at high capacity. And, Mr. Ferguson, of course, he's probably already talked with you. Their staffing levels really affect our efficiencies. And so I just want to make the pitch that, while we certainly have staff in our office, it's quite small. Most of the staff that we work with is in the clerk's office. So when you're looking at budget and personnel, don't forget they're intertwined with ours, and we share a lot of responsibilities. I know you know that, but it's worth repeating. And I just know that he's lost some positions over the past couple of years, and it's just important to remember that his staff works directly with the court, in court every day. And I just put that out there as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that reminder, Judge, and thank you for the presentation, the conversation about drug court. I think we all will be interested in the numbers, and appreciate you and Ms. Wilson, and glad to have the manager share the frontline doses point as well. So have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you
for your
thanks
leadership.
Again for timing.
Sure. We will go next to the General District Court. It has 8 slides, and we'll go to Judge Rucker and then to our registrar. Is it Mr. Henshaw or Judge Rucker? I know we saw Judge Rucker.
Judge Rucker was waiting. We were following the order, so I apologize. Let me text him and get him down to 3A real quick.
I think I saw him just appear. Judge Rucker, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Judge Rucker.
All right, well, good afternoon, and Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. County Manager, thank you very much for the opportunity to allow the Arlington County General District Court to speak to you today, as well as the Arlington County General District Court Clerk's Office to speak to you. My name is Jason Rucker. I'm one of 3 judges in the Arlington County General District Court. My colleagues on the bench are Judge Fran O'Brien and Judge Dan Lopez. Our court administrator is Tara Piper, who assists us up in judicial chambers. So our clerk of court is Brian Henshaw. We thought it was more efficient to combine our presentations. So at this point, if you permit me, I'll turn it over to Mr. Henshaw for his introduction.
Sounds good, Mr. Henshaw.
Thank you, members of the board, also Judge Rucker. The General District Court, just to give you a little bit of background on us, Court Clerk's Office employs about 21 total staff members, including myself. Our mission here at the Clerk's Office is to assist in the administration of justice in a fair, timely, and efficient manner in all areas of criminal, traffic, civil, small claims, and involuntary commitments, while striving for 100% excellence in customer service to all persons. I'll turn it back over to Judge Rucker at this point.
All right, so thank you. So the Arlington County General District Court is a trial court level. We hear all criminal, traffic, and civil matters, or hear criminal, traffic, and civil matters. For criminal and traffic cases, we preside over cases in those arenas after a summons or after a warrant has been issued, up until either the case is certified to circuit court or appealed to circuit court. For civil cases, we have jurisdiction over civil cases and damage claims up to $25,000, and that's concurrent jurisdiction with the Arlington County Circuit Court. There are some limitations or some exceptions. One notable exception are unlawful detainer cases where there is no jurisdictional claim limit. We have exclusive jurisdiction over civil claims where the damage amount does not exceed $4,500. We also preside over involuntary mental commitment hearings. Those hearings are conducted at the Virginia Hospital Center or Arlington Hospital, and they're presided over by special justices that are appointed by the court. So our clerk's office processes all documents and manages all paperwork and maintains all records for all of those cases. Our clerk's office also maintains our daily dockets and run our docket for us, and the clerks will appear with us in court as we are presiding over those matters. Next slide, please. So as with, I think, every department and everyone else, there have had to be changes because of the COVID-19 pandemic, and our court in our clerk's office is no exception. To start, in March, almost to a year to the day, in March 2020 last year through June 2020 last year, our courts in essence, closed or shut down with the exception of in-custody criminal defendant cases. We continue to hear those cases. All other matters were postponed because of the judicial and executive emergencies that were declared because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we resumed in June of 2020 when we resumed all other cases, all criminal, traffic, and civil cases in June of 2020. And when we resumed, we had safety protocols put in place. We had social distancing markers put in place, plexiglass installed in certain areas, including in the courtroom around witness stands, around a location where the clerk would sit in the courtroom. And we also had room limitations put in place. And all of this was done with the help of the Arlington County DES, or Department of Environmental Services. They were very helpful and very responsive in assisting us in getting all these safety protocols put in place. Likewise, there was a mask mandate that was initiated, so we required masks to also be worn in our courts. So we continue to monitor and make adjustments to meet the new courtroom capacity limits. And just to give you a general idea, to put this into perspective for you, the picture on my slide that you have in front of you is courtroom 3B, and that's a courtroom that is dedicated for our criminal court. Before COVID, this room was zoned for a capacity at 220 people. After COVID, and because of room limitations, it now has a capacity limit at 26 people. So we went down, just for example, by this room, 220 people to 26 people. And that includes, the 26 includes people who would participate in the well and would also include the judge, the clerk, and the bailiffs, for example. So that's just what we were dealing with. You can also see in that picture some of the social distancing markers that were put in place by DES, and those are the blue markings that you can see on the benches. And that's, we call that area the gallery. That's where the public would sit. Those social distancing markers are put on those benches in alternating rows, and the other rows are taped off with caution tape, which would prevent someone from sitting in those rows. If you also look to on the left of that picture, you can see a portion of the plexiglass that is around the witness stand. You're basically, this perspective from this picture is looking out where a judge would look, and to the left of that picture is where the witness would sit, and you can see the plexiglass that's around the witness stand in that area. So in addition to those safety protocols, we did implement a staggered trial docket for some of our dockets and continued with staggered dockets in other areas that we already had pre-existing. So in traffic court, before COVID, we had a 9 a.m. traffic docket start time and also a 10:30 traffic docket start time. We changed that after COVID to a 9 a.m. docket, a 10 a.m. docket, 11 a.m. docket, and a 2 p.m. docket. Stretched out those dockets so that we can meet court capacity and also limited the number of cases that we added to those dockets. All of that was done with a lot of help and a lot of coordination with the police departments, including Arlington County Police Department, the Virginia State Police, the Metro Transit Authority, and Airports Authority. All of those police departments have traffic matters in our court, so it took a lot of coordination and work with those agencies to put that in place. So special thanks to our law enforcement and also, especially our Arlington County Police Department for their help in making sure we could implement this and make it safe in our courtrooms. For traffic court, for criminal court, we already had in place trial and preliminary hearing staggered dockets. We have a 9:30, 10:30, and 11:30 docket start times, and we continued with that. And in addition, we have implemented a liberal continuance policy, so we had that policy in place. This also requires still a lot of cooperation between our office, the judges, judicial chambers clerk's office, and a lot of cooperation with the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, the Public Defender's Office, court-appointed attorneys, and other private attorneys. So, for example, if a case has a lot of witnesses that are planned or scheduled, that information can be communicated and we can close out a docket so that no further cases are added to it or continue cases off of that docket so that we can maintain the room limitations or meet room capacity. In addition, we try to make efficient use of the space that we have available for us on the General District Court. So our courtrooms are all on the 3rd floor. And I do feel very lucky that we have the space that we have available to us. The very first slide showed our atrium outside of courtroom 3A. It's a large open area. And making efficient use of space also includes the fact that we'll open up a courtroom that's not in use. And we've been doing that on a daily basis when a courtroom is free and not in use. We open it up for victims to use, witnesses to wait, and that includes also police officers to wait while their cases are pending. And the open courtroom can also be used for negotiations between the Commonwealth attorney and also defense attorneys while the cases are pending. So as you can imagine, we've also begun a steady use of video and virtual equipment in virtual hearings. So this is done in all of our courts. We have that capability in criminal, traffic, and civil to have virtual hearings. Traffic court virtual hearings can be done upon the request of a defendant. In criminal court, we are having virtual hearings on a daily basis. Every day we have virtual hearings in criminal court for in-custody defendants whose hearings are displayed from the jail to the courtroom. Other cases in criminal court, it can be done upon a request of the parties and upon the court approving that request. So I'll say that before COVID, I won't say that it never happened, but it happened very rarely that we would have virtual hearings. Now after COVID, we're doing that on a daily basis in our criminal court. And the same with civil court. We have the opportunity for virtual hearings in civil court upon the request of the parties. And this again is done on a very regular basis. Many times every week, we're having virtual hearings in civil court. I had a virtual trial this morning where a witness testified virtually. So every week we're seeing more and more cases with requests for virtual hearings, either in trials, at motions, or at civil return dates for first return and when cases are set. So before, I don't know if I didn't mention this, in civil court, I won't say never happened, but I just never saw it happen. And now, like I said, it's a very regular scenario that we see it happening with virtual hearings. I think I mentioned that we do have a liberal continuance policy in place. We continue to have that. Obviously, all these measures, precautions that we put in place does require, the public's adherence to safety protocols, wearing a mask, trying to keep social distancing, washing your hands. And at this point, I will hope you'll permit me to just thank a few groups. And I want to first of all thank our clerk's office. They've been fantastic. They have been fantastic. They have, we've had to make a lot of changes, a lot of adjustments to our dockets, and our clerk's office are a very dedicated, hardworking group of individuals who make it possible for us to continue with our courts. They communicate with us, but they also communicate these changes to other attorneys and the public. So a very special thanks to our clerk's office. And also like to thank our sheriff's department. They maintain order, they keep us safe, but they also make it possible for us to do our virtual hearings that we're now doing on a daily basis. So a special thanks also to the Arlington County Sheriff's Department for their help. And I also want to mention and thank the legal professionals. And that includes the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, the public defenders, the court-appointed attorneys on our court-appointed list, private attorneys, whether they're coming into our court for criminal matters or civil matters. These legal professionals do have a heightened risk of exposure to COVID-19. They are meeting with the public on a very regular basis, and they're not meeting with the public at some static location where they can plan a meeting behind some counter or some other barrier that's going to keep that 6 foot distance or social distancing or behind any plexiglass. These legal professionals go out into the community. They investigate scenes, they interview witnesses at scenes, and puts them at a heightened risk. It's a very fluid situation, a lot of dynamics involved, and that carries over into the courtroom and into the courthouse. They're meeting with other parties, they're meeting with other attorneys, they're meeting with witnesses, and again, it's a very fluid situation, a lot of dynamics. And I'll just point out that, they have to come into contact with the public who, unfortunately, sometimes is just unwilling to adhere and abide by safety protocols. And sometimes they might have to interact with the public that's just simply unable because of some disability or mental health issue. So want to thank all those groups, our clerk's office, our sheriff's department, our legal professionals for all their help in helping us maintain and continue with our core function. So moving forward, I think we'll continue to have staggered dockets. I think we're going to continue with virtual hearings, and I think we're going to find more ways where we can be more efficient. So that's what I had to say about that. I think, Brian, you may have had a few things you wanted to add.
Yeah, I can just to give you a really quick snapshot of what's going on in the clerk's office. Because of our unique relationship that we have between the state of Virginia and Arlington County, our staff unfortunately was not able to work remotely during the pandemic. So we quickly went into creating varied work schedules, as well as breaking our staff into 3 different teams and putting them on a rotational basis. One of the other crucial departments that worked with us, which I think is worth pointing out, is the county's communication and public engagement department. We have been working very actively with them to upgrade and continue to enhance our presence on the county's website. And they have helped us create a special traffic virtual docket application process, which allows us, unfortunately, what we quickly found out was traffic cases just did not work to be able to do virtual dockets or virtual hearings the same way that criminal and civil could. We just didn't have enough time to process them through. So we've worked with them, and they've been very helpful for us to do that. And that application is now available on the county site. We're starting to finally get some feedback on that and having applications coming through. Moving forward, we, as Judge Rucker adequately said, we do anticipate virtual hearings continue to be a norm. We also are looking and working with the Communication and Public Engagement Department on creating some e-filing opportunities for attorneys in the legal community, as well as looking and hearing about some other opportunities about creating a self-service kiosk here at the clerk's office for either, basically submitting or even just handling payments, which would also help negate on any personal contact. Judge Rucker, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I also just want to mention that Tara Piper was able to now join me. So you may see that I'm wearing a mask now. That's because she's in the courtroom here with me. We've gotten very used to wearing these masks. We wear them as we're presiding over cases, and also require everyone in our courtroom to wear them. So Ms. Piper has joined me. As I mentioned, she's our court administrator, and I will confess that she's probably one of the hardest working people in the courthouse. So moving on, the next slide. I don't know if my slides are available. I don't see that up on the screen. I have focus on equity as the next slide.
There we go.
Okay, well, I'm glad I have the chance to mention the creation of our behavioral health care docket. Judge O'Brien, with other community stakeholders, initiated a renewed interest in the creation of the BHD, or the behavioral health care docket. And in September of 2020, Judge O'Brien began presiding over the BHD. This BHD docket aims to divert eligible defendants with diagnosed mental health disorders and divert them out of the criminal docket and into community-based treatment that's designed by a team of court staff and mental health professionals. Participants can enter the docket on a pre-plea basis, which means no plea of guilty or finding of guilt has been made. They go into the docket pre-plea with an aim that the charges can be dismissed or otherwise maybe reduced, but if not dismissed, but could be dismissed if they have a successful completion and graduate from the docket. There's also a post-plea. Participants can also enter the docket post-plea after a finding of guilt, or even if someone is on probation and there's a probation violation pending, they can go into the docket. And again, the aim would be to either have the charges diverted, possibly dismissed, but also just divert away from any type of criminal sanction and divert away from the criminal docket. Additional stakeholders in the BHD are the Department of Human Services with Arlington County, and that includes mental health professionals and peer specialists, the Public Defender's Office, their staff, that includes a sentencing advocate, mitigation specialist, jail forensics services staff, the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, supervised probation offices in our Community Corrections Unit, the Arlington County Police Department, and the Arlington County Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff's Department is involved in a pre-plea aspect on a supervision or pretrial supervision basis. So we're very proud of, and I know Judge O'Brien is very proud, and we all are, but Judge O'Brien worked very hard to get that up and running along with the other stakeholders. So we're very happy and proud of that program. Also, I just want to mention that when we resumed court in June of 2020, there was obviously a lot of anxiety and worry and uncertainty over evictions. And at that time, we reached out to legal aid agencies, made a lot of outreach to them, outreach to Arlington County, and worked with the Sheriff's Department to have stations set up outside the courthouse as people would come in. If they had questions, they could be directed to a location where one of these legal aid agencies could help them with questions about evictions in the process that was taking place and that would take place with all the laws and things like that, all the new laws. So we also made that outreach for that when we resumed in June of 2020. Our next slide, please. So this is our budget summary. Not many changes to our budget. I hope those numbers will speak for themselves. If you have some questions, I'll do the best I can to try to answer that for you. I may have to pass that over to Brian or our budget analyst, but as you can see, there's not much change in our budget. Next slide, please. So just a few key budget considerations. And regarding this, I wanted to begin by talking and thanking the county board and other departments, including Department of Technological Services, for the help in getting new equipment and courtroom upgrades. So recently we had 2 of our 4 courtrooms renovated with integrated technology upgrades, and that was done in anticipation of the Arlington County Police Department police body-worn camera evidence. So as those courtrooms were upgraded and we began using the equipment with cases where there was electronic evidence, we realized that there was a need for additional equipment. And we reached out to the county and to DTS, and we worked with Christine Dietrich in the clerk's office to help coordinate that. And we were lucky that DTS and was very responsive and very helpful. And they provided all 3 of the judges, myself included, with Surface Pros. And we also had installed in 3 of our 4 courtrooms Microsoft Hubs. And I'm actually speaking to you today through one of those Microsoft Hubs that the county provided for us. So this new technology and equipment, they're used in all cases with electronic evidence. And this new technology, as you can imagine, helps and allows us to have efficient video and virtual hearings that we're now doing, like I said, on these daily basis. So we're very appreciative of that support for these technology improvements and equipment. And we anticipate that there could be additional needs identified, additional equipment needed once we begin really implementing this use. So we just anticipate that could be some budget considerations when these needs are identified. And also just keep in mind that for 3 months, we did have limited cases, only criminal cases operating. And because of that, our expenditures and revenue may seem a little bit lower, but we do anticipate that our expenses and revenues will get back to normal levels once we resume again on a more normal basis. So that's all I have. And I think, Brian, you would like to make a few comments.
Yes, thank you, Judge Rucker. Just real quick, the clerk's office continues to be very appreciative and supportive of the county's support for our employee supplements to the general district clerk. That got added several years ago. And what it's allowed our office to do is basically provides, by you all providing a supplement to our staff members as well, is provide staff members with a more comparable salary for living within the area. And then supplement also provides us with extra incentives to be competitive in hiring quality applicants, as we do frequently get turnover in the general district clerk's office, but it allows us to be highly competitive within the Northern Virginia region. The only other thing I wanted to add is kind of goes along with not only the technology upgrades we've been seeing that we're very appreciative of, that's allowed us to do our job even during the course of a pandemic, but also the continued support that we have for continued investment in the courthouse renovations. That's much more of a capital improvement, I realize that, but the clerk's office is supportive of continuing to provide a courthouse that the residents of the county can access and also be proud of. And the most important thing is getting access to justice through the process. That's all that we have. I think at this point, both Judge Rucker and I make ourselves available for questions.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Henshaw and Judge Rucker. This may be the first time in a little while that you've been on the other side of that table right there. And so just grateful for the presentation. I don't know if there are questions. I do know that the attention to consolidating the evictions so that they're on one day has been a huge source of appreciation. I know you've worked with Vice Chair Crystal, and we all care quite a bit about that. Mental health docket is also, of course, important. So those equity pieces are important, and the technology is a significant advancement. I'm sure that we all may have questions. We also got 7 or 8 different groups left to work through. So you may have noticed that, we've got a few others. So Ms. Garvey, any quick comments and then we can close.
Sorry, yeah, very quick. So once we get past the pandemic and we don't have to do virtual, are you planning to continue to do, are you able to? I don't know if there are legal impediments that once we go that, that you can't do things virtually that you're doing now. What are you thinking about moving forward? Because I'm assuming some of that maybe is working better.
It is. It has made things more efficient. And, well, you have to look in each category of cases, too. For criminal cases, there are statutory laws that permit pretrial matters to be done by video. You might run into a question about whether or not we can do a trial in a criminal court by video, and we haven't begun doing that. But pretrial matters can be done by video, and I anticipate that we're going to continue using the video technology for pretrial matters for our criminal cases. In civil cases, you don't have the same constitutional issues. Obviously, an accused in a criminal matter has a right to confront witnesses and so forth. There's no confrontational right in a civil case. There still needs to be the due process, obviously. But I think we can accomplish that with the type of technology that we have. I do anticipate we're going to continue to use the virtual hearings, especially in returns where we're setting cases and maybe in motions and things like that. If there's a request for a trial in a civil case, obviously, if there's an objection by the other side, the court will have a hearing on that and decide after hearing argument from the parties.
And the only thing I'd add is from the state standpoint, it seems like, if you want to look at a positive out of the pandemic, we're seeing a lot more of a focus saying that they understand this is where we need to go. So I think it will produce more results.
Yep. No, I think there are a lot of when it's behind us, we're going to see a lot more benefits than we kind of even thought. But thank you. That's very helpful. I was hoping to hear that from you. Thank you.
Yeah. And if I didn't mention, I just did want to mention that we are coming to you from courtroom 3A, which is one of the 4 courtrooms that we have in our disposal available for us on the 3rd floor. This just gives you a general idea of what our courtroom now looks like, and also just thought it would be nice for you all to see that we're putting this equipment to use and how this equipment actually is used. And you can see the large panoramic view that this hub gives for someone that might be participating virtually when they're observing a proceeding online or virtually.
Yeah, it's great. It's good to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question and the thoughts of the change that has come in terms of technology. I think there are ways in which, for certain, that is a step forward, perhaps a small silver lining. But we appreciate Judge Rucker and Mr. Henshaw. Hope you have great afternoons and evenings, and thanks for your service to our community and leadership. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you all.
We will go now to our registrar. I know that there's several in order. We'll go registrar and then clerk of court, Commonwealth's attorney, and we'll ask all to try to be brief. We do also have the magistrate, the juvenile and domestic relations court, and the public defender. There are lots of us. I hope the solace for those who are being delayed is that we have just announced today, if you didn't hear it or didn't see your email, that forward-facing, frontline-facing county employees will be receiving invitations tomorrow, and for vaccine doses, so we're working on it. Over to thank you for your patience. I believe it's Mr. Weinstein first, and maybe our registrar, Mrs. Reinmeyer. But I think I see, maybe, is it Mr. Weinstein first?
Yeah.
Let me get
Sure. Well, thank you, Chair DeFerranti, members of the County Board, and County Manager Schwartz for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Matt Weinstein. I'm the chair of the Arlington Electoral Board, and I'm going to be very mindful of your time and just give a very few quick comments before Gretchen launches into her presentation. The first is that the county gets a tremendous bang for its buck from the Office of the Electoral Board in voter registration. Voting occurred on 152 days in 2020, which was 40% of the year. Yes, we ran elections for 40% of 2020. The office remained open during COVID so we could better serve our Arlington voters. We adapted to and communicated to voters the myriad changes to election laws, policies, and guides in 2020. Despite all these changes, we received fewer provisional ballots than we normally do in a provisional and during a presidential year. So voters knew what they were doing, and we had a successful election. Second, early voting is here to stay. While 2020 was an aberration in many ways, we expect that early voting will be widely used in 2021 and for the foreseeable future. This is why it's critical to add a part-time mail ballot assistant position, and a part-time early voting coordinator position. We need the staff and resources to make sure we can accommodate the early voting demand we expect to see in the coming years. And to conclude, in a time when the legitimacy of elections is frequently under attack, it is essential for election administrators to have the resources to conduct free and fair elections citizens can have full confidence in. And on behalf of my electoral board colleagues, Kim Phillip and Scott McGarry, we thank the county board and county manager for their unwavering support of our office and for making election administration a priority. So with that, I will kick it over to Gretchen, who will give you the details of the 2021 budget request.
Thank you, Mr. Weinstein. Gretchen, Ms. Reinmeyer.
Thank you so much, Matt. So Emily, can we go ahead and start on slide 2? So I just wanted to thank Matt for being here today, Matt Weinstein, and thank you so much for having us here today. Representing the Office of the Electoral Board and Voter Registration, we have Matt Weinstein, Chair of the Electoral Board. We also have Eric Olson here, the Deputy Director, and myself, Gretchen Reinmeyer, the Director of Elections. Our mission, as stated, is to maintain an accurate list of voters and to administer elections fairly and efficiently in an open, transparent, and equitable manner. Next slide. 2020 was quite a year for us. As Matt mentioned, we ran an active election. By this, I mean a voter could come into our office and cast a ballot 152 days last year. It's no longer election day, it's definitely election season. We opened 5 early voting locations and added 9 24-hour ballot drop boxes. We mailed more than 80,000 ballots between the 4 elections, and we were one of the first jurisdictions in Virginia to offer prepaid postage for return ballots. We implemented 62 new voting laws last year, such as no excuse absentee voting, changes to absentee deadlines, expanding photo ID requirements, and adding automatic voter registration. Elections were also subject to a few lawsuits, like the ones that removed the witness requirement on mail ballots and the one that allowed low vision voters a method to vote independently without assistance from home. Some of these changes came as late as the first week in September. We also organized more than 10,000 pounds of safety equipment provided by the Department of Elections and our emergency management team here in Arlington. And perhaps our biggest accomplishment last year is that we made it through without a single case of election-related COVID transmission that I'm aware of. I certainly hope public health doesn't come behind me and contradict me, but this certainly wasn't true of many of our election offices in Virginia and across the nation. Next slide. As we prepare for the next fiscal year, our hope is to keep doing what we're doing. We're adjusting a position that was funded with one-time money last year to fund 2 positions to help keep up with the request for early voting sites and changes to the mail ballot process. We also hope to strengthen some of the partnerships that we built with community organizations to increase outreach activities. For example, we worked with the county's communication team using their census model to amplify messages about voting options in the community. We also worked with our public health department to notify voters who are required to quarantine of their safest options for voting. We actually assisted our first voter in quarantine back on March 2nd last year for the presidential primary. So we had an early indication of what was to come. Next slide. As for how the pandemic shaped the subsequent elections, I think we all know the story, and that is vote by mail. Looking at some of these pictures, starting in the top left, we have 17,000 mail ballots loaded up and ready to go out to the post office in Merrifield. Merrifield is the main distribution center for mail in Northern Virginia, and all ballots mailed within Arlington have to go out to that screening center before they come back to Arlington. In order to cut down on delivery times and calm anxieties around postal delays, we actually took ballots out to Merrifield every single day. Moving to the right, we have the polling place at Met Park in Pentagon City. The room allocated for voting is not adequate size for social distancing, so we had to move the check-in process of voting outside of the polling location with the help of the emergency management team. The next picture to the right of that is me with approximately 23,000 ballots in our vaults, and the vault is really at capacity here in this picture. The next picture to the right is us preparing to mail just under 50,000 ballots for that first mailing for the general election in November. We utilized 100 volunteers over the weekend and worked straight through 5 days straight to get all 50,000 ballots out the door. And we needed the first, third, and ninth floors here at Bosman Government Center. And we honestly can't thank the county manager, Mark Schwartz, enough for helping keep the building closed so that we could basically take over and do what we needed to do to run the election. The bottom picture is of our warehouse, and we're sorting PPE returned from polling locations. Every precinct was sent hand sanitizer, disinfectant spray, face shields, masks, gloves, in order to keep both voters and our election officers safe. Next slide. When it came time to planning the election, it became clear early on how much of our lives were going to change as a result of the pandemic. And I didn't want the pandemic to impact somebody's decision to vote. So we used a three-pronged approach. So first, I wanted to maintain current services. And for us, it was really important that we stayed open. We were open for anyone who needed to register in person throughout the entire year. In the fall, we had as many as 6 phone agents answering more than 1,500 calls a week. And with the help of CARES funding and our emergency management team again, we were able to keep all 54 polling locations open. And this did require us moving 2 polling locations to tents outside of senior centers, both to protect the residents inside of the senior while also not removing their access to a polling location there on site for them. Next, we wanted to increase options for voting and registration. I've talked about some of these before. And then finally, we wanted voters to feel safe when they came to vote. We drafted strict safety protocols for employees. We added equipment such as plastic shields to keep public-facing employees as safe as possible and encouraged social distancing at all polling places. We also completed all election officer training online. Online training is not new to our election officer program. We were actually recognized several years ago for our online training program. So when the pandemic hit, we were ready to go. In terms of internal preparation, in many ways we were ahead. We updated our our emergency management plan back in 2019 to prepare for the 2020 election. So we already had a rule book in place. We had identified our critical duties, what could be done offsite, what needed to be done on-site. And my office was early adopters of technology like Microsoft Teams because we already are spread across multiple sites when we're running an election. When teleworking became the standard, we were well positioned with the tools needed to work remotely and to do the tasks that allowed it. Next slide, please. Equity really took center stage in maintaining access to elections during the pandemic. To start, equity is actually in our mission statement to run equitable elections. And early on, I realized the impact closing DMV locations was going to have on voter registrations. The DMV is the main source of voter registration in Virginia, and their closure also actually impacts online registrations. In order to register online in Virginia, you have to enter a DMV ID number. With the DMVs closed, new residents in Arlington were quickly going to see their choices to register restricted. If voters don't have a DMV ID, they can still print, sign, and mail their voter registration application. But with employees working from home and libraries being closed, access to printers was also cut off for many. It was the perfect storm of cascading barriers to voter registration. To overcome this, we made applications available outside of every Arlington library location. And for us, it was really important to kind of piggyback on the structure, the community infrastructure that the county already has in place with its libraries and community centers. One of the pieces I am most proud of is that we used the special election as an opportunity to pilot a system for Virginia that allowed voters to vote from home without assistance. Voters with low vision or other barriers that prevent them from marking a paper ballot were not able to vote by mail without assistance. The system that we piloted during that special election last summer allowed these voters the same access to mark their ballot safely and privately from home for their presidential election. In terms of ongoing programs, we focus on hiring election officers from the community. For us, that's really important that election officers should reflect the community that they're serving. And we also hope to continue leveraging the connections with community partners that we made last year moving forward. Next slide, please. For our 2022 budget summary, it is remaining for the most part flat. We are breaking one full-time position that was funded last year into the two part-time positions to help with the increased load for both early voting and mail voting. Next slide, please. In terms of what we have removed one-time funding for the presidential election that was funded last year, and some of our grants have been taken out of the budget for this year. Next slide, please. Moving forward, the most important budget consideration will be to monitor how voting behavior is shifting in Arlington. When we stack 2016 next to 2020, we can see the shift of voters from election day to both early and mail. This impacts our budget because there is a fixed, predictable cost when we talk about polling places and voting in person that is not reflective of turnout. If I have 2 voters come to a precinct or 2,000, there's a set cost for running that precinct. Next slide. When we get to voting by mail, there's a per voter cost because of legal requirements, and the Department of Elections doesn't provide the tools needed to automate or mechanize the process. Voting by mail is extremely labor intensive in Virginia right now. Almost all of the work has to be done in-house, and we do use our print shop to automate the pieces that we can. But just to give you an example of how labor intensive this process is, it took 30 hours alone to print the labels needed to mail ballots for that first mailing last November. Each step requires staff to check and recheck numbers to make sure that we don't accidentally send a tray of ballots out that don't have ballots enclosed. Nobody wants that headline. There are 2 bills that are coming this year that are going to help us to predict and control costs for vote by mail, so there's good news on the horizon. Starting on July 1st, Virginia will have a permanent absentee mailing list. Voters can apply at any time to be on this list, and they will automatically be mailed a ballot for every election. Once we get a sense of how many voters prefer to vote by mail as their primary option on an ongoing basis, we'll be better able to predict cost. There's also a new bill that will allow us to outsource some of the mailing of ballots so that we can hopefully reduce some of those labor costs internally. Next slide. And in terms of shifting voting trends, this also requires more space. To be successful last year, we needed an extra suite in the 2200 building for early voting. We needed the 1st, 3rd, and 9th floors of this building. And we actually still have supplies stored over at 1400 North Yule Street. That's the print shop next door. Some of these spaces were needed because of increased social distancing requirements, but some of these needs will be ongoing depending on how these voting behaviors shift. For example, our office has a space for around 20 employees, and last fall we had over 80 employees in the building on any given day. Just as, and to give you an idea of the space restrictions that we're seeing, so the 3 pictures on the slide are actually all of my office they're all of my office at various stages last year. In the top left, we have Kitty Stevenson, who is proofing mail ballots for the July special election. And the one to the right of that we have 108,000 ballots that were cast either early or by mail in that November election, and they're being stored in my office temporarily until we remit them over to the clerk of the court after the election. And then in that bottom picture, we had 2 weeks to pivot between the June primary and the July special election. And we had to reprogram all of the poll books, which are in the green cases. And my office is simultaneously being used for ballot storage, which are the brown boxes. Anyway, we are working with facilities to expand storage and to better utilize the space that we do have in our suite. But it is important to note that my office will continue to be a stress on meeting space in this building moving forward. So with that, my presentation has concluded, and I will take any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Ms. Reinmeyer, and for all the work last year. So many Arlingtonians exercised that very sacred and important right to vote. I know we'll have questions, and colleagues, welcome. We'll start with Ms. Crystal and then Mr. Dorsey.
Well, I'd like to begin by echoing your thanks. What an extraordinary year. And I think that presentation really summarized all of the obstacles in the way to running a flawless election. And the fact that you all pulled it off was not at all a foregone conclusion, and a real credit to not only the staff and the Electoral Board and your leadership, Ms. Reinmeyer, and also the many volunteers who make elections run in Arlington County. I wanted to ask about the implementation of ranked choice voting, which was one of the many things we included in our laundry list to the manager, asking that this budget bring us back some options to implement. I'm not sure that I saw it in the budget pages of the presentation today, but I know that it's not just money that makes that hard to implement. So could you tell us a little more about what, if any, fiscal impacts you see, what the other things that might be slowing us down could be, and then any thoughts you might have should a majority of this board be willing to implementing ranked choice voting, as recent General Assembly legislation empowered us to do?
Yeah.
In local elections, I should clarify.
Yeah. So ranked choice voting. So there was a new bill introduced last year that allows Arlington County to, they would require the county board to pass an ordinance that would allow the county board to be selected using ranked choice voting. We are working with the state and both the county attorney's office to make sure that we overcome some of the legal barriers that are still the legal and policy barriers that are still in place for this bill. Because basically what we've been given is a blank slate. We've been given permission to do ranked choice voting, but all of the pieces that we need aren't necessarily in place yet. And I think the biggest, and so depending on what some of those policy decisions might be, it might require changing voting systems. I don't think it will. I think there's some flexibility where we can work with the Department of Elections and the State Board of Elections to make sure that the policies get drafted don't accidentally exclude the machines that we currently have. But the biggest funding consideration is actually going to be that public communication and outreach campaign, so that both the voters understand how this new voting system is going to impact them, but also all of the candidates and everybody understands that we're not going to have an answer election night. It might actually take a little bit longer to get results as we go through the multiple rounds of elections, and the winner election might not be the winner 3 days later. So that outreach and education campaign is going to be crucial as the county thinks about shifting to ranked choice voting. So, yeah.
A great point. I think about how we all talked ahead of the 2020 presidential election nationally that we wouldn't have a winner on election night, and yet that sowed a tremendous amount of disconnect in how people perceived the outcomes of that election. So what would be your best guess for sort of a timeline for figuring out some of those legal and policy obstacles that you described? I mean, do you think this is something we could try to make happen in the fiscal 2022 year, which is to say maybe calendar 2023?
Yeah, no, I think the it's this year it would be a difficult lift, mainly because we're already in the candidate filing process for the November election this year. We already have a candidate who's filed for that county board seat in November. So this year will be it would be pushed to do it this year, but I think it's well within reason to think that we could do it as early as next year. So.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And that's it for questions for me.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal, and for the background, the answers, Ms. Reinmeyer. Mr. Dorsey.
So to continue with the gratitude parade, let me just add my voice to the chorus. I'm reminded of that old sports axiom, pressure bursts pipes, but it also creates diamonds. And there was a whole lot of bling being created by the registrar last year. Just a tremendous job all the way around, keeping people healthy and safe, efficient, just fabulous. But more to your future challenges, given you're meeting every barrier that you've had to deal with. First of all, space. Where are we in terms of figuring out what might be some of the long-term solutions other than you're creeping into further and further corners in 2100 and giving up more and more of your office to other functions?
So the real question for us right now, we are really tied to that print shop. We cannot move away from that print shop because we need them to put postage on ballots. And we're moving stuff between there 2 or 3 times a day. So the idea of moving us out of Courthouse Plaza, you'd have to give us our own mail equipment. So this idea that we can now outsource that mail ballot process really does, it does free up some of that operation so that we might not having to do the outbound. We just have to worry about the inbound process. Okay. So that would help things out a little bit. So, okay. Yeah.
But even with that, I know that you've discussed, with documents to the board in prior years, the need for more, space to store. You've got storage requirements as a matter of law, which are going to increase with mail-in.
Yeah, and we do have some pending renovations that hopefully we can maybe have at some point in time. Obviously, everything's been delayed this year, but the idea is to actually make my office smaller so that we have more ballot storage here in the suite. So, because there is the need, and we are working with facilities to accomplish some of those tasks. So.
And I'll just lastly say thank you for that, but also thank you deeply for your really detailed equity work. I mean, trying to look at the cascading barriers as you described them, I love that phrase, to registration that were wrought by COVID, and figuring out if there was a way that you could address those is just really exceptional work. Looking for issues, looking for issues, one, requires great courage. And then trying to tackle issues that are systemic and not of your own fault and doing equally laudable. So just thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think it's really important. We did not do this alone. We cannot thank the county manager's team, DES. There are some great facilities people. DTS, we've talked about many of them. This was a county effort, and we did not do this without the support of almost every single department in this county. So, yeah, we are really appreciative of everything that happened last year. So.
Thank you. I yield, Mr. Chair.
My turn to be on mute for once today, so I covered that. Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, and well said regarding all the work. So, Ms. Garvey.
Thank you. And actually, I would feel terrible, Ms. Reinemeyer, if I didn't at least say thank you as well. I mean, just repeat everything that everybody said. I mean, it was incredible. What a year. Just the presidential election alone would have been a huge thing. And then you would layer on it the pandemic and then all of the other things that were going on. Incredible. So thank you. Write a book.
I do. I need to write my experience for the time capsule that the library is doing.
Yes.
Because it really was quite a year. So
yes, no, we need to remember. I was with our 100th anniversary committee. We're working on this year because we kind of got stopped, but this is perfect. Mm-hmm. Anyway, we went over things, and there's stuff I've even forgotten, and they were big things. So thank you very much, and I'll just pass because we're in a rush, but I just really wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
No, well said, Ms. Garvey. Thank you, Mr. Karantonis.
Just to echo, thanks from everybody. Until recently, I was passing past a blue monument of the effort of 2020. I was thinking of you, of the electoral board, of every single volunteer. I have been experiencing them working very hard until the wee hours. It's not only the space, it's the time also. A yeoman's work. Absolutely thankful for all this and for everything that comes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great, and I'll just add a thanks on the space question. I think maybe we can think through that over time with the 50% of some offices that are now remote. Very mindful that you need the space, and when I came in leading up to the 2020 election, it just always made me smile to see so many volunteers working so hard. There's also, I think there are budget implications, but then there's the logistics of the November 2021 election and the June 2021 election. And as you know, there's an item coming up that's currently on consent, I think that's probably the right forum for some of my questions, and some of it's in June. I will say that there could be budget implications from my standpoint of additional drop boxes, because it should just be that near, as you say, within 2 miles, you can go and drop your ballot off. I think so much change happened last year. I will say that I do feel, following through on that change so that everybody votes, many more people vote every year, might lead to some suggestions in this year's budget. So I will stop there. We do have a lot, but I hope that provides a little context just to some questions that may surface as we approach the next couple of weeks and Saturday, and then the decisions in June or July with respect to the fall election. But the right note is the one that everyone, and want to give you the last word, but most of us will not forget where we were when we voted this past year. And that's an indication of how important it is. And just a big thank you for making it happen and happen well. So,
thank you so much.
Great. So we will move on to next is our clerk of the circuit court. Thank you, Mr. Weinstein and Ms. Reinmeyer, for your service and work. And our clerk of the court, Paul Ferguson. Are you there?
I am here, Matt. Chairman DeFerrante, excuse me. Thank you. I enjoyed that last presentation also by the registrar for some of the same reasons all of you did. Let me get my presentation set up. I've insisted on doing this myself rather than having your staff do it. And I took a little tutorial today on it. Okay, get rid of that. And it should, let's see. All right. I think I am set if you can see my presentation.
We've got it.
We sure do.
Just following the registrar's presentation, the first thing I want to do is thank, like so many others have before me, the county board and the county manager for all their assistance, especially in this last year with COVID. We ran out of space to store ballots. That wasn't one of the things that you asked the registrar. And you as a county board, facilitated by the county manager, gave us space to store them over in 2020. Judge Newman signed an order making 2020 an annex of the courthouse so that I was legal because the ballots have to be stored at the courthouse. So that was good. In addition to thanking you for everything that you've done over the last year, I want to cover 3 other things. Second, things are really booming here in the circuit court. The circuit court judges did allude to that. but I'm going to go through some of the numbers with you. And that's a great thing for the county because that means you have more revenue coming in, and it's a direct credit to those of you in county leadership that have done things to make that happen. I'm glad that you asked about equity. I'm going to go through a number of things that the Circuit Court Clerk's Office is focused there. But most importantly, I am going to ask you for a 5th courtroom clerk position, and I'll go through details of that as the presentation moves along. You heard, I was really glad that Judge Rucker did his presentation from the courtroom on a Surface Hub with your assistance, and you did it very quickly too when the crisis hit with COVID. You upgraded 8 courtrooms in the courthouse. That is amazing to have been able to do that in a matter of months, and DTS worked very, very hard. We upgraded, as you can see from the slide, 2 GDC, 2 JDR, and 4 circuit court courtrooms. We modified almost all of our processes when challenged by the county manager to offer all of our same services that we provide remotely. When he first issued the challenge, I tried to argue with him that it wasn't possible by code in a number of ways, but I just determined to read the code that remote actually counted as in-person, in my opinion, and no one has challenged that yet. So we were able to provide marriage licenses, probate appointments, notary public appointments, all remotely. We've upgraded and expanded our e-filing system. More and more people are filing electronically. We have e-filing and Fairfax does not, which is one of the reasons why I think our civil caseload has gone up so much, especially during COVID. Here's the numbers. We're on pace to bring in almost $13 million in revenues this year. Land records is the primary place that those records come in. Every time somebody buys or sells a property, refinances a property, records a deed, there are fees paid to our office at the Circuit Court, and those fees, not all of them, but a lot of them go back to you. We saw an 8% increase from FY19 to 20, but there's a 31% increase this year projected from FY20 to 21, which is primarily where the revenue is coming from. We have a number of other sources of revenue, including wills and administrative fees, local fines, courthouse maintenance, law library, copy fees, and of course, concealed handgun permit fees, which set some records last year, but I think those appear to be leveling off this year. The increased technology has been a big help, and I truly feel you as a county government are adequately funding that at this point, and I'll go into more details for that. You've made a policy decision to support body-worn cameras. That is costing you some money with the extra FTEs, but you've provided them. We do need a 5th courtroom clerk to provide operations. So we have 4 judges and we have 4 courtroom clerks. And Judge DiMatteo sort of alluded to staffing issues. She was nice enough not to be critical, but on a day like today where we had one of our 4 courtroom clerks out, we had all 4 judges operating and we only had 3 courtroom clerks, and that causes some problems. Sometimes we have a 5th judge that's brought in when there's conflicts in a case, or if judges deem that their workload is such that they need to bring in a 5th judge. We have a judge from Fredericksburg coming in June for a 2-week civil case, and the other 4 judges will still be operating, so I will have to staff 5 courtrooms with 5 courtroom clerks, and that's difficult when you only have 4. So we also were given by county government, which we very much appreciated, a temporary position in our land records office due to the rapid increase in filings there, which, as you can see from the slide, are over 70%. That's over 70%, I would say, over the last couple of years. We are asking you to make that temporary position permanent. Why are land records transactions increasing? Well, I think a large part of it is the community that you as county leaders have created. This is a place where people want to live and work. Also, historically low interest rates are driving a lot of refinancing. And then Amazon is a factor too, in that more and more people are wanting to lock into property now, seeing the increases that are happening. This is a picture of my staff working in the office. We are in the office every day. We were in the office every day, even with COVID, but we did have to close our doors temporarily and provide remote appointments, which we still provide even though we're back in the office. We opened back up full speed Labor Day. That protective equipment that you see in front of my staff there, that is things that you provided with money very quickly so that we could have that for staff to reopen. Many of the procedures that we implemented, this was a question that you had asked earlier of judges, we're still able to provide today. We're able to provide these remote resources. We find that they're a little bit more labor intensive, so we don't encourage them, but we can provide them upon request. You gave us Surface devices and Surface hubs for the courtrooms. This has allowed my staff to telework. I used to feel that there was no real use in most of my staff teleworking. Now they're able to get quite a bit of work done. I missed the bullet point about a call center that you funded that allows employees to take calls from home, which has worked out very well. We have a shift work set up right now with COVID where 1 week employees are in the office and 1 week they are teleworking. And we have found that their productivity teleworking is close to what it is in the office when we try to measure it. But of course, we have lots of people coming to the office in person, so we need to have as many people here as possible to serve them. I appreciate you asking about equity. Really, that's one of our missions here in the court, and it has been ever since I've been here, and I'm sure for my predecessor, David Bell, before me. A few new things that we've been able to do is a coordination with the Arlington Public Schools to have families access their deeds electronically to validate residency. Big time saver for parents, for the school system, and for our office. We've updated our policy to accept electronic notarizations to facilitate document recordation. We've deferred completion dates for community service hours and payment plans. We've waived notary service on petition for fines, costs, and restitutions. And we've created uncontested no-fault divorce packets and fillable PDF forms in both English and Spanish that allows some customers to forego having to hire an attorney for basic legal matters. We have posted a form on our land records webpage that allows property owners to release unconstitutional and discriminatory covenants for a minimal recording fee. We thank the state legislature for enabling us to do that in the court system. It was always sad in the past when someone would buy a property and there was a racially restrictive covenant on it, and we would tell them we were powerless to remove it for them. When you look at our budget, I've sat where you have before, and you see 2.5 FTEs, and you think, well, the Circuit Court Clerk's Office has already gotten 2.5 FTEs, and I feel it's a little bit misleading. We're proud of our partnership with you and with county government, and some of those positions are, I would say, all of those 2.5 positions are not ones that I specifically asked for, but ones that help the entire courthouse that we have agreed to manage and are happy that we're able to do that. 1.5 of them are for body-worn cameras. That's once again a policy decision that you made as a board, which I 100% agree with. We have those positions there to facilitate the technology viewing of them and the review of them in the courts, in all three of the courts. And then this year, you gave us temporary funding in COVID because General District Court and Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court, I know there was a question that Ms. Garvey had about Juvenile and Domestic Relations courts. Those two courts had no technology staff whatsoever, none. And they were using ours, and that wasn't working out too well. So you provided funding for a staff position to cover all these courts that's managed by our office, and that has worked out really well. So with that shared staff position by all the courts that we manage, and the body-worn camera staff, that things are really, I'd say, up to date and up to speed technology-wise for all the courts, General District Court, Juvenile Domestic Relations, and Circuit. That's in my opinion. Obviously, General District and Juvenile and Domestic Relations can speak for themselves. We have gotten a lot more money coming in from the state this year. If you want to ask me a question about that, I can go into details. That was some good lobbying by our Clerks Association and our legislators coming through for us. So we'll have an additional $83,000 coming in from the State Compensation Board. These last two things are the add-ons in the staff, the body-worn camera, 0.5 FTE, and the 1.0 technology shared position throughout the courthouse that I had just previously mentioned. Once again, we do need this 5th courtroom clerk, and we would like to convert the temporary land records position to a full-time employee. We don't see the land records numbers going down anytime in the near future. We have been able to fund that position within existing revenues. So we put $61,000 up there because that is the cost of the FTE, but I think that number is somewhat flexible as we're able to absorb it right now in our budget, when what we mainly need is for that position to be considered permanent. So we can get that number down there a little bit for you to make the numbers work. I'd like to leave you with just reminding you, the Circuit Court Clerk's Office brings in a lot of money for the county. We are projecting over $12 million this year. That is a record amount. Our civil numbers are way up. Our criminal numbers are down slightly, and our land records are astronomically up. All this is expected to continue. If I had to get across one thing, it's please fund this 5th courtroom position. It's not just something that I'd like to have that would be nice. It's really affecting my ability to function. As the county manager can weigh in. I know he was able to put that position in his budget for FY21, but then with the revised COVID supplemental budget, I understood he had to take it out. This year, I know he gave it strong consideration. And Mark, I'm guessing I was just like one of those basketball teams in the NCAA tournament that was on the bubble that was real close to getting in, but just didn't quite make it because I know you understand the need for it. So with that, I will thank you once again for all you're continuing to do for the clerk's office and for the court system in general, and hope that even though it's getting late that you have a couple questions for me.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Appreciate it. Colleagues, questions? I know that there's got loud and clear the focus of your question, your concerns. Mr. Dorsey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ferguson. I don't doubt the need for the 5th clerk. That was clearly a validated need, as evidenced by inclusion in the last normal budget that we had. I'm a little curious as to whether or not throughout this year you've been able to really figure out what might be some long-term efficiencies to the operations through your office and at the courthouse that may save money over time. It's way too early for you to have really quantified those and baked those in, but are you identifying some things looking forward where you see these are going to be some real cost savings from technology and new practices?
Yes, and I feel we've done that. We actually cut a staff position last time you asked for budget cuts, and that's what Judge DiMatteo was referring to. Unfortunately, that person was also my backup courtroom clerk. When our numbers weren't so high in land records, sometimes I would pull someone from the land records to go up and sit with the judges. I can't do that now because of the land records numbers just shooting out of this world, nor would you want me to do that because that really these property transactions are the lifeblood of the county and you don't want me to fall behind in that. We've frankly been putting in a lot of overtime hours and I've been pulling staff from other divisions to work in land records overtime to try to keep up with it. So we have, if we hadn't created these efficiencies, then we would be in real trouble because the numbers are going up geometrically. The fact that we provide e-filing and Fairfax doesn't, you have choice of venue in civil cases oftentimes. So if it's cheaper and easier to file in Arlington, you're gonna file there, and that's why our numbers are up 23% just over the last year. Now we do have less concealed weapons permits than Fairfax and Loudoun and Prince William, but you know, yeah, I am too. And you didn't ask me about concealed weapons, but there's some news on that if you want to talk about that. So we continue to do that. We continue to push people to e-file as much as we can. But until the state mandates e-filing, which I hope they will someday, when I practiced in the federal court, e-filing is mandated. Everyone has to do it. So if they do that for us, then that will really create some efficiencies. But we've still got to scan in a lot of paper. I would say our e-filing rate is probably in civil cases about 30% right now. That's still not where I want to be, where 70% is coming in paper. And then there's another thing, the whole, access to justice issue, that we're trying to do things to alleviate that gap in the access to justice. Self-represented litigants can't e-file right now. So the legislature needs to change that too, to allow that to happen.
Thank you.
Another long answer to a short question. I know I'm discouraging questions I'll try to be brief for my next answer.
No, thank you for giving that context. It really does help as we're looking at the balance. We will have additional questions. It strikes me that to some extent, the question of the fifth clerk is one that the manager will consider, and each of us would probably have conversations with the manager in addition to the questions we might have here. But Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Thank you for the presentation. I'm not going to dwell on the fifth courtroom clerk. I see the need. I understand that. I just wanted to pick on one aspect of the land records position. Would it be an overstatement if I said that, would it be a wrong statement if I said that right now, because of the exponential growth of demand, you run in overtime more costs or sufficient costs to justify regularizing the position and making it permanent?
Well, if the numbers continue to go up like they are 70% over the next 2 years, yeah, we've got to get more staff. I'm conscious that of we're not wanting to add FTEs in the county government and not wanting to have this overtime. I'll continue to keep in touch with both you as board members and the staff on this. I'm hopeful that things kind of level off. Interest rates appear to be going up slightly. And so if we can just keep treading water, then I won't have to pull other employees off for overtime. We just recently had this huge push and we got where we needed to get. And so I'm hoping that the overtime levels off. There is a hiring freeze. We have a couple of vacancies. So that we'll hope we'll be under budget this year. I mean, don't worry about that. We're always conscious of that.
Okay.
So thanks for asking the question. Right. I mean, you're absolutely right. If we keep having high overtime, we should ask you for another staff. I'm not there yet. I want to try to do what we have. But you gave me this temporary unfunded position probably a year and a half ago. But that one I don't see going away. I don't see that we can get rid of that person.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson. Well, and I think seeing no other hands, we all have to thank you for years of public service and continued service as our clerk. We're grateful for it. I hope you also saw the email, and your forward-facing employees should be receiving invitations tomorrow for vaccine doses. So. And the week after that for the rest of your team. So any concluding comments? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I know the the county staff it's an incredible job they're doing with getting out the vaccine, and it's going to be an exciting day in my office tomorrow. Unfortunately, the email went out probably after a number of our employees leave at 4 o'clock, so they won't get the news until the morning until they come in. But we will be celebrating in the morning, and looking forward to those that are frontline employees getting scheduled right away.
Great, thank you. Have a good afternoon, evening. Thank you for your continued leadership of the team, and we will follow up on your additional requests.
Thanks to each of you. Bye.
Great. Next, we have our Commonwealth's Attorney, Parissa Dangani-Tafti. Ms. Dangani-Tafti, are you there?
I am. Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm here with Carrie Steele, my Chief Deputy, just in case, our Commissioner of Revenue, in case there are questions that she is better equipped to answer than I am. And I believe that your staff has the PowerPoint, so I would love to get that started. Thank you so much, Emily. Good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to present to you, and I will try to keep my comments as short as possible, largely because I know we're running behind, but also I would much prefer to answer questions than lecture at people at any given time. In any event, and I know that these sessions have been extraordinarily long for all of you and for your staff. Next slide, please. So we entered office on January 1st, 2020, and this is our mission statement. We do all of this work that we do for public safety with a holistic view and an understanding for the need for equity to promote fairness and public trust. Next slide, please. We've accomplished a lot this year, not only with the transition to a new administration, but transitions to many, many laws and procedures that were passed by the General Assembly, and all in the background, of course, with COVID. I won't be hitting on everything that we've done. I won't be hitting on every point in the slides, but again, please feel free to ask about anything. Next slide, please. This is our dear Katie Mullane. And I know it sounds really boring to start with structural changes, but like a foundation of a house, it really is foundational to our work. And so one of the key things that we did was we implemented vertical prosecution. We organized our office in a way that an attorney gets a case and they're with that case from start to finish, regardless of how serious the case is. And that model allows the attorneys responsible for the case not only to be accountable, but also to work early on with law enforcement, to be more consistent with them, to speak and meet with victims and witnesses sooner, to obtain and provide discovery sooner, to develop a deeper understanding and institutional memory for each case, and ultimately get all of the input that we need to make educated prosecutorial decisions sooner, more fairly, and more efficiently. And we've already seen that result in the smoother handling of cases. 1 million thank yous are not enough for the support the county provided to help bring this office into the 21st century. And that started even before COVID. And in particular, because of DTS, we no longer operate on a nearly full to capacity insecure server in a closet. Our systems are no longer easily hackable. Our case management system is in the cloud, and our domain is integrated with the counties for the first time. And every staff member can telework when they're not in court or in their public-facing duties, which all of our staff have public-facing duties, which has allowed our office not only to operate smoothly, but actually to be able to serve the community during COVID. There is one area where we need to work on, and that is data, because our current case management system isn't configured to run and analyze data. So that's an area where we will be aiming for improvement over the next year. We also created a conviction review unit, which basically means we're looking at cases of possible wrongful conviction and cases where somebody might require some extraordinary relief. We've already reviewed several post-conviction cases, and we are handling a review of 31 DNA mixture cases that were referred to us for review by the Department of Forensic Science. We also reviewed 70 cases during COVID for potential early release, and that was part of the conviction review work. And we have focused our prosecution resources on serious crimes, and we've reprioritized our cases to reflect the community's values, which is a win both in terms of equity and public safety. But this realignment, in all honesty, has resulted in unprecedented litigation, with our office being required to brief issues and file documents in ways that were never before required in order to justify our use of diversion, our dismissal of certain charges, our reduction of charges, and the use of alternatives to incarceration. Which leads me actually to changing performance measures, because one of the things that we've discovered is that when we're trying to move towards diversion and move towards alternatives and move towards programs that actually provide more public safety in the long run, we've discovered that it's hard to count beans, and so to speak. So instead of tracking performance purely on the basis of the number of cases processed, or on the basis of how many convictions, we are tracking performance measures, like how complex are the cases that people work on? How much community engagement are we doing? How innovative are assistants in coming up with dispositions and diversion programs? And how much time do we spend on investigations and analysis of whether or not something should even be charged, which is a significant amount of time. And all of this performance measure work is very much in progress. And you'll see next year a better elucidation of what fell into all of those categories. Next slide, please. This is our good Paul Wiley watching body-worn camera video. We have just two highlights, and also picking up off of the point of diversion programs really being big contributors to public safety. We participated in the launch of the behavioral health docket so that we can divert defendants with serious mental illness into judicially supervised and community-based treatment, so that we don't criminalize mental illness. And we also created the Arlington Disability and Justice System Coalition, which includes a lot of stakeholders, including law enforcement and nonprofit and groups and advocates, so that we can address the needs of folks who have intellectual and developmental disabilities and advocate for both fair treatment of them when they're defendants, but also advocate for victims and witnesses with ID and DD, since they actually tend to become victims of crime more frequently. And a word on new laws and practices, because so much has changed. There were a lot of criminal law changes, and in the process, we had to sort of overhaul our policies and processes every time something changed, and including some changes that are going to result in more jury trials. In all, we've trained and retrained a couple of times because of the new laws, and both our staff and our law enforcement partners, and we are now incorporating body-worn camera into our workload, which you'll see a little bit more about shortly. Next slide. So none of this would matter if we were not serving the victims of crime. And our victim witness program anticipates that they will be providing direct services to 60% of victims, which accounts for the more serious cases, and providing indirect services for 40% of victims, which are the lower level offenses. And both victim witness and our attorneys have participated in Restorative Arlington to establish school, community, and legal system restorative justice opportunities. And we've implemented restorative justice in a couple of test cases where the victims have expressed a desire for it. And we're really proud to be launching a pilot program for youth and young adults in restorative justice. And as part of restorative justice, but also a part of our victim services, we have instituted a series of sessions where we just listen to victims to see how we can serve them, to see how we can make reporting easier for them, to see what alternatives they need for the folks that don't want to report, because it still is true that nationwide, only 50% of victims of violent crime actually report. And we want to make sure that folks who are victims of crime in Arlington don't have those barriers. And we've conducted one session and we'll be continuing to conduct additional ones in the future. Next slide, please. And again, I'm not going over everything that's in all of the slides because that would be very boring. But everything that I've discussed today is about equity, from the structural changes to ensure that people are treated fairly, to the review of cases to make sure that victims are being treated right, to restorative justice. We're trying to make the system more accessible, more fair, and more just for all of the parties that are involved. We've attended and hosted trainings and are inviting stakeholders to participate in some of those trainings to take a more anti-racist and equity perspective on our work. And we've partnered with Motion for Justice, which is an offshoot of the Vera Institute, to become trainers for anti-racist prosecution. And we're working with community nonprofits to make sure that we have anti-racist diversion programs. We also created a 16-member community advisory board that is designed to meet with me and my staff and to really provide input on criminal justice reform and public safety, analyze our policies for their equity impact, and keep the community informed about the office's goals and objectives. And maybe even more important than all of that, keep us informed about what's going on in the community. And something that came up in the circuit court presentation that I would love to address is that we have the same concerns about the inability of non-residents to participate in drug court and in the behavioral health docket. So I've actually reached out to stakeholders in other jurisdictions to see how we can coordinate care so that we're not working in silos from each other. And I certainly would support being able to serve more people in Arlington, since we don't live in silos. But in the meantime, I actually have been working to try to break down some of those barriers. Next slide, please. And as I said earlier, all in with the background of COVID. We're not an agency that can telework 100% of the time or even most of the time. We began COVID with working in teams in 3 teams with 3 shifts, so that there would be 2 weeks in between each team. And so that we wouldn't cross-contaminate each other, so that we wouldn't get other people sick, and really so that we could keep everybody safe. And we worked with stakeholders to reduce the exposure of the incarcerated population, correction officers, and the public, and of course, the folks who work so hard in the courthouse. We are almost back in our offices 100%. As Judge Rucker mentioned, the GDC opened up again in June, and the circuit court jury plan was approved in November. We are really sort of full steam ahead. We just try to send people home early to telework when they're not required to sort of be in court or to be in their public self-facing duties. And our office has remained available to victims and witnesses both virtually and in person, as well as the public and our law enforcement partners. And we've continued to serve the community on civil petitions, including expungements, restoration of rights, protecting the integrity of elections, and planning and responding to civil disturbance, FOIA, and our many, many other duties. I know my staff, except for Carrie, isn't listening right now, but I do want to share with the board the extraordinary efforts they've made in the face of challenges we never imagined we'd have. They've been in court, they've gone to the homes of victims and witnesses, they've met with the public every single day. They've been creative and responsive to challenges that resulted in COVID, for changes in crime patterns, changes in victims' needs, and changes in community needs. And they are the truest public servants that I know. And so I just want to take a moment to thank them. Next slide, please. So the really exciting stuff is that we were allotted 4 assistant Commonwealth attorneys, 3 that that were approved for starting in January, and 1 that's approved for starting in July. And I'd like to thank both the county manager and the board for that. The body-worn cameras have benefits, but they also have costs, and they use resources. Based on the volume that we've seen so far and the studies that we've done, I want to put on the board's radar that we will probably have to ask for more attorneys in order to satisfy our ethical obligations. And you can see that we're estimating over 15,000 hours of body-worn camera. And if anybody's interested why, we can certainly answer that question. So, and we also need to purchase our own software in order to access the body-worn cameras. We need licenses in order to be able to view, download, redact, and send to the defense. And we just learned this week that we will be able to fill the frozen litigation specialist position in the coming fiscal year. So I thank Mr. Schwartz for that and hope that the board will support that in its budget. Next slide, please. So this is a very quick summary of our budget projections as of March 1st. Our budget is pretty straightforward. It's 97% personnel. Our revenue sources are the compensation board, false church reimbursement, and the victim witness program grant. And you can see that there are 4 additional attorneys that are slated and funded, and that is purely because of body-worn cameras. Next slide, please. As I said before, everything is about body-worn camera. Everything in our budget right now is about body-worn cameras, and it has had an additional cost. But I also wanted to just direct the board's attention to the work that we've done in restorative justice and the fact that restorative justice actually has validated and measurable public safety improvements in that it both creates a higher degree of satisfaction for victims, but also reduces recidivism. So, we will be asking and hoping that the board will support restorative justice efforts as it has recently. And it will be an investment. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But it's an investment that we think will pay dividends in the long run in terms of safety and welfare of our community. And finally, last slide, please. I sprinkled some thanks to DTS and my staff, but it's many people in the county have helped us adjust to the pandemic and to do the necessary work that we have to do. And I'm really grateful to all of them. I'm especially grateful to the General District Court, to the clerk's offices of the various courts, our law enforcement partners, the Public Defender's Office, the Defense Bar, the Electoral Board, DES, DTS, and the County Manager's Office, as well as the 5 of you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Dengani Tafti. Appreciate the presentation. We'll open it to questions. I think one of us has a young one in the background, which is good. So
that's me, actually. And that is my child screaming, and he's not that young.
Well, thank you for fessing up to that. We'll go to Mr. Dorsey for question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a not young child who, because she's cooped up, tends to speak in an elevated volume, I really understand what you're going through. But anyway, you've offered so much that requires a much larger conversation, so I'll just limit this to one thing. Can you help us understand how to measure the cost effectiveness of the body-worn camera program in light of all of the other essential elements to a robust OCA that you've proposed? We look at it in increments each year with the budget, and your eyes start to bulge with the numbers, and I would love to be able to think about how to put it in context. So not necessarily now, but at some point I would love for you to give us a sense about how we should view its costs versus its benefits, if I'm making any sense.
I am happy to do that. That is a very long conversation, though.
Yes. And the other thing, I would just like to applaud you. I'm so looking forward to your new performance measures. I was struck by reading the budget this year that these were definitely legacy performance measures and didn't reflect what I would expect out of your OCA. So I'm very much thrilled at that work and look forward to seeing it.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey, and Ms. Dangani Tafti for having the first part of that set of questions later. But it is an important conversation, and appreciate the points. Mr. Karantonis.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, it was a very, first of all, thank you for all the very, very dense and substantial presentation. I mean, this is one of these that one goes back and looks back in the video because it needs repetition, several ones probably. So, and I have to say, just from the get-go, I mean, vertical prosecution, I mean, I was just not understanding how in the world we hadn't had it until now, because it seems so clear and reasonable. But to the body-worn camera program, this is connected with more FTEs, significant more FTEs, 4+7 to the total. So before we have the very long conversation about the cost and benefit, I wanted to wrap my head around what the approximate cost really is for the program. We've seen also in other offices that it has a footprint. The clerk of the court has already said that 0.5 FTEs that are dedicated to that. So I would like to understand it a little bit better.
So are you sort of the cost for each of the FTEs?
Yes.
So
I believe how many FTEs at the end? So this 4 we have already approved, right?
Correct. And I'm not asking for the additional 3. I am just putting everybody on notice that I may be at some point asking for the additional 3. I wanted to be conservative and actually look at the data that we have to see what we actually need. The 4 that we got were a result of the governor's working group that recommended recommended 1 additional attorney per every 75 cameras. I think what the governor's working group didn't really take into consideration is the behavior of departments and different localities, and sort of what stacking up various media results in. So if you have like a 30-minute stop, for example, you would think that's a 30-minute body-worn camera, but it's not. So if there's one stop with 1 officer, it's 30-minute body-worn camera and 30-minute dash cam. If it's 2 officers, you now have 2 hours. If it's 5 officers, you now have 10 hours. And so, I think that when those work groups were doing their work, they weren't really considering what the actual sort of on the ground result is and differing people's behaviors. So what we've seen is about an average of 6 to 7 hours of body camera footage per case. Obviously, in some cases it's 30 hours, and in some cases it's 2 hours. But we have definitely seen the increase in those. Each FTE at the end of the day probably costs an average of about $130,000 for junior level attorney. When you add in the benefit, when you add in their salary and their benefits, it ends up being about $130,000.
I understand. And the implementation of this pro software, I understand that footage has to be seen by attorneys. I get that. But the addition of or the implementation of better software, it has no economizing effect. So no streamlining effects, efficiency effects.
It does, but not in, it does in the sense that, it allows the attorney to just do the redactions while they're watching. So it allows us to say, okay, all of this every time you see a cell phone screen, for example, because the officers are looking at their phones and we can see what's on their phones, for example, every time you see a cell phone screen, blur it. And then the program will do that. Every time you see this face, blur it. So you can sort of tell the software to identify this particular face and then blur it throughout the entire video. So if you have, for example, a juvenile.
I understand.
So instead of having to do that manually, or sort of write down notes and then have somebody else do it. So it streamlines it in that respect. The Pro program also allows us to see a transcript of what is actually being said, which is very helpful when we can't hear well or can't understand exactly what is going on. It provides certified transcripts so that we can use them in court. Which otherwise we'd have to send those out for somebody to watch and certify and then send that back to us. So it makes that turnaround time, almost instantaneous, but also saves money on that. So in the end, it's $33,500 a year right now for the first 2 years, and then it sort of goes up progressively after that. Frankly, because they have us over a barrel. But it does actually sort of save people time.
Thank you.
And well over $30,000 of people time.
Worth, yeah.
But it's not like it doesn't watch the video for us, unfortunately, which is really what people are about.
It's a workflow optimization rather than okay.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Degani Tofty. It's great to see you. Great hearing about all of the changes and what you're doing, particularly actually, although you might not get so noticed, the cybersecurity updates. That's huge. I mean, and long overdue, I know. So that's great. I'm particularly interested in the restorative justice. I think you said you're doing a pilot on it, right? Yeah. And I think I'll take my lead from Mr. Dorsey because we're late and it's involved. But at some point, I would love to have sort of a report on how that's going and what you're doing. I really would like to follow that a bit. So if you could, send that when you've got something together, if you have something, that would be really helpful for me to see. And I'm intrigued by this and hoping it'll actually over time going to make a big difference. So thank you.
Thank you. I mean, we're just at the beginning of the pilot and received a little bit of grant money from the Annie Casey Foundation and another foundation to support it. So we're literally at the very first, at the point where we are determining what charges will qualify for this and who our facilitators are going to be. So I'm happy to speak about that at any time and at any length.
Good. Maybe when we get through all of the budget and pandemic and stuff, I'll come over. I haven't been to the office, visit the office and stuff later. And then certainly we can get an update next year when you will have had a year on your belt. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Ms. Crystal.
Thanks. And that's a great question, actually. It does occur to me that at some point it would be helpful for us, maybe in collaboration with the manager, to try to get our arms around the many places where restorative justice is being prioritized and funded throughout the entity. Or the enterprise of county government, worthily done in all facets of our justice system and in community-based organizations. But I know, for example, we have an item on our Saturday agenda for a grant for what I believe is a county staff located position. We have before us a very compelling proposal from a community-based organization, and knowing as well that there are expenditures in the Commonwealth Attorney's Office. I think it'd be helpful for us as board members to get our arms around both the sort of aligned strategies and also the overall spend. I have no questions given the late hour. I really appreciate the conversation today. And I just wanted to say to our Commonwealth Attorney, I think you did a fabulous job explaining why a body-worn camera program is so resource intensive to implement. And I really appreciate, I know actually given what a fierce advocate and champion for your staff you are, that I can imagine that you probably felt a little compelled to try to add those additional staff members, because I know that it is just so time consuming for staff in all of the ways that you've outlined to review that footage and to do so, as you described, ethically and thoroughly. And so thank you for being willing to be a little conservative in a challenging budget year. And I know that we'll look forward to sort of seeing how that goes in its first full year of implementation, and may well be talking about a different resource ask this time next year. But thank you, and thanks for all that you and your team do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. So I won't ask questions. I just touched 2 or 3 different points. I want to follow up on the status of the briefing of cases offline directly. I'll want to follow up. I guess I just will note that the discovery change is one that I'm very happy that in itself feels to me as a step forward. I do think, moving towards some of your changes, I believe, have led to far fewer people in jail and still safety. And that is a huge cost saving. And so I'll be interested in how that fits with your metrics eventually. And then, as Ms. Crystal alluded to, and we have announced earlier today, Ms. Steele, and of course you as the leader of the team, have advocated for the safety of your employees. We're not perfect, but the invitations are coming tomorrow. And for those who have not had it, you have been on our minds, and it is appropriate that as I continue to stay basically in my house and not going out of it, that your people, your employees are leading and getting the next set of invitations tomorrow. So sorry for the delay. The world is definitely not perfect, but we are working on it. So those are closing thoughts from me. I don't know, Ms. Tafty or Dagani Tafty, if you have any other questions, or if you have an exuberant younger one to tend to.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the acknowledgement of the work that my staff has done. And I always made clear that my advocacy was for them, because they really, truly are an extraordinary staff, from their integrity to their heart, and to their intellect and their creativeness. And they are, one of Arlington County's most precious assets. So thank you.
Well said. Thank you. We'll leave you, I guess, maybe you don't get to say this much, but I'm assuming you will go forth and do justice tonight and tomorrow. But we're grateful for your continued service and leadership, both of you and your entire team. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll go on now to our magistrate as we continue to work away. Mr. Adam, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Go ahead, Mr. Adam.
Can you see and hear me at this point?
We can.
All right. It's blank at the moment. I'm next. All right. We're the magistrate's office. We are a 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week office. We are, even with COVID, we have been in the office every day, every minute of every day. There is someone here, sometimes more than one. And we are basically, for those who aren't familiar with us, we are the emergency room of the judicial system. Next, please. There's 8.5 of us, one being a part-timer. We operate the entire 17th Judicial District, which is Arlington County and the City of Falls Church. And as I said, we operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We issue arrest and search warrants. We hold bond hearings. We commit mentally ill people. We issue emergency protective orders. And I won't go into everything we do. And I would like to go to the next slide now. As I said, during COVID, we never closed. We have to always be on site. All our hearings, with very rare exceptions, are in person. And the only ones that are not in person are when we don't have a magistrate in Falls Church. They can do hearings remotely to Falls Church. And we can do some mental health hearings when there's a mental health worker up in a hospital with a mentally ill person. We can do those hearings remotely to there. Other than that, almost pretty much every one of our hearings is in person in our office.
Okay.
And
next,
I realize that I have a small budget and it's been a long time. So we're hoping we have now the hearing room where we normally did the more formalized hearings when people were under arrest has been closed, except for that's where we have our video equipment. We're hoping that sometime in the near future, once all of us have been inoculated, that we'll be able to open that up and have the hearings. Right now we have them in a less formal setting that is safer because there's glass in between us and the defendants and the law enforcement. And we're hoping to reopen that office. That may require some additional cleaning, things like that. I'll work that out with the sheriffs. Next, please. Oh, because this is fine. Focus on it. No, step back. Focus on equity. Thank you. I was going to just point out that Arlington and Falls Church are very diverse. On my staff, I have fluent Spanish speakers and a fluent Arabic speaker. Also, one of the things that we do in line with everyone else, I would point out that we have what we call the Magistrate Post-Booking Project, where people who are presented to us who appear to be mentally ill, rather than keep them in the jail, we have ways, the Magistrate Post-Booking Project allows us to wrap them in services and allow them back into a community where they can get the mental health help they need without having to be either in a hospital or in the jail. Next. I said we have a very small budget. There's only 2 of us that have been around long enough to receive the supplement. That's the only, that is a large chunk of what you pay us is that plus the operating costs, and those it varies from year to year. We will also be having to tap in the future to the resources to get access to the body cam videos. I have not asked for anything this year. I'm going to be talking with the courts and the law enforcement to see what they can provide us with, and so I'll know by next year what we would need in order to have, because unlike the courts, we will need relatively instant access to that information since we do the hearings within a few minutes to a few hours of when people are arrested. Next slide. Any projections I give you on statistics are questionable because I have no way to know how much in the way of crime is going to be committed in the next year or how many people will have mental health crises. So that is just my best estimate given my long career of dealing with these things and reading the tea leaves. I believe that is it. I will open it to questions if anyone has any questions.
Thanks, Mr. Adam. I very much appreciate the presentation. And
sorry.
Okay, we have, let's see, we've got Ms. Garvey. Go ahead. Oh, I think you're on mute.
She's on mute.
You're still on mute. Sorry.
Not only that, my camera went off too. Sorry. Anyway, just wanted to thank you. Oh, it's so nice to see Carrie, Katie. Excuse me, Mr. Adam. Thank you. You know, every year you come, and I'm always impressed that it's 24/7. You're always there, always operating quietly, kind of behind the scenes. And my question for you, I think you've talked about it in the past. How many of the people you work with or deal with come through our National Airport? I think a certain number of people, because we handle National Airport. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Yes, we do, and we get a fair amount of work from them. They regularly have a lot of drugs come through National Airport, and people get arrested because they have regular task forces that pick these people up. So we do get a fair amount. Also, a lot of mentally ill people come in through National Airport because many people are drawn to the Capitol because they have issues with the Pentagon, with the President, Congress, and they fly in and they get as far as here and either decompensate or they get to where they wanted to go and get turned away, come back to the airport and decompensate. So we deal with them. And just when people show up and they forget, they try to bring guns on the planes, all kinds of things like that. So we get a fair amount of work from them.
You have sense, is it like 30%, 40?
I have no way, the way, all our stats are kept by Virginia, and I don't have any way of accessing, I wouldn't say 30%, but considering it's a small area compared to, with no permanent population, we get a fair amount of activity from it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, there are a number of things that affect us quite a bit just because of our location that most jurisdictions don't deal with. So just was curious about that. Thank you. Thanks so much.
I said, there's just no way that I can pull because it's not, the state of Virginia doesn't keep track of it that way in a way that I can access.
Okay, interesting. All right. Thank you very much. I might make some eyes at the baby, but don't take any of that.
That's all right.
Hi, Carrie.
Thanks for indulging me as we head towards the 7 o'clock hour. If he doesn't join this meeting, I won't be seeing him tonight. So.
He's a great addition to the board team. So, Ms. Garvey, thank you, and Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you. My goodness, I haven't seen him for so long. I know you probably want to have alone time with him, Ms. Crystal, so I'll make this quick. Mr. Adam, I presume since you didn't ask us about any support for fixing broken furniture that we've accommodated those needs?
So far, but as I said, a lot of my stuff is quite old and past the expiration date for making it work. But every day I come in, something could break. And
feels a lot like me, but so the other question I did have relates to the body-worn camera program. So it had not been on my radar screen that was going to actually have a material impact on your needs. So not necessarily now, but if you could just sort of let us know as you figure it out, what is going to be required on your end to dutifully fulfill the magistrate's requirements with that decision, we would appreciate it.
Not a problem. I'm going to have to talk with the police and the courts. I know Judge De Matteo was the point person for the circuit court on that, and she and I had talked, and they had forgotten about the fact that we might need access to it. So I'll be talking with her and with the police about, exactly how we can mesh our technology so that we can get access on a real-time basis, since we need it before anyone else does.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. So just, Mr. Magistrate, I mean, just to thank you, having been in your office, it is, I'll never forget the short tour. I'm very glad that you, of course, with the chairs that we discussed, I think 2 years ago, but I'm also mindful that the work you do is a critical component of our justice system. So, and you've been serving for a long time and serving very dutifully. And the point about 24/7, 365 days a year is, of course, also on our minds. We will follow up with Mr., as we've discussed, and just a big thank you for your service and commitment.
Thank you. And I didn't know the chairs would be coming back to haunt me every year.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Now, and I'm appreciative of the patience with the Juvenile and Domestic Relations Court. I think I saw Judge Robb earlier. I don't know if it's still Judge Robb or if it's Mr. Conklin who's going to be presenting for us today. Mr. Conklin and Judge Robb, thank you so much. And Judge Fruitsis, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Chair, and members of the board and staff. Earl Conklin, the Court Service Director for JDR Court Services. Let me introduce who's here tonight. You've mentioned Judge Robb and Judge Fruitsis. Judge Robb is our Chief Judge. Renika Lardy is the clerk of our court. She is not able to be here this evening. And Rick Strobach, our Deputy Director, and Alex Espinoza-Smith is our management specialist for our finances. So they're all here. It will just be primarily me speaking with some introductions from the judges. So Judge Robb.
Am I now off mute, I hope?
Yes, you are. You are.
Okay, excellent. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here today with you. Good evening. Obviously, the juvenile court throughout the year has not closed. When Chief Justice Lemons declared the judicial emergency back on March 16th of 2020, the cases and courts that were directed to continue were essentially the dockets that our court handles according to our jurisdiction. And those are all the child welfare cases, protective order cases, and any cases in which juveniles were detained. So we have progressed and proceeded throughout the entire pandemic. And obviously, the Chief Justice extended the judicial emergency by his 19th order, and that emergency extends through April 18th, 2021. As you all know, the juvenile court has the most challenged floor of the courthouse. We have only 2 courtrooms, and with the pandemic and social distancing, we are limited to a total of 10 people in our courtroom. And those 10 people include also the judge, the deputy sheriff, and the courtroom clerk. So the type of cases that we hear, certainly with child welfare, you can have anywhere upwards of 10 to 15 or more people. And so we were very blessed, actually, through the hard work of the county attorney's office early on in the pandemic. They arranged to have all of their docket handled by a go-to-meetings program, because this floor actually had no technology at all. Our courtrooms each individually had 1 telephone that could only connect to 1 person. There was no video equipment. Well, I take that back. There was a video equipment to access the juvenile detention center, but it never worked. We didn't have Wi-Fi on this floor. And so the county attorney's office for the child welfare cases made available go-to-meetings, and they were able to do their proceedings remotely. They continue to do their proceedings remotely, but now they're using the Teams. And we were very grateful to the county manager, the county attorney's office, DTS, all of those folks who worked with us and had committee meetings to try to arrange for technology in our courtrooms. We were lucky enough to finally get a hub, much like the hub that Judge Rucker showed you in his courtroom. I think we got ours sometime in July, maybe a little bit later. The state provided us the Polycom system, but the Polycom system allows us to access the Juvenile Detention Center and the local Arlington Detention Center. But it's problematic for private attorneys because it only works really on cell phones or iPads. And so attorneys who wanted to appear in that fashion were unable to do so. The Division of Child Support Enforcement cases were really tremendously backlogged because they were not considered emergency matters. And so we did not really resume the Division of Child Support Enforcement cases until June or July of this past year. Those proceedings are primarily conducted by Polycom, although some folks do come in from the general public. They are provided with information on how to log in. And what we've done on spacing those dockets is essentially we were doing cases every 6 minutes. And those were our heaviest dockets. They could be upwards of 40 or 50 cases on a given day. And now we've spaced things out such that they're only pretty much 20 cases per day. And of the 20 cases, my docket was the child support docket today. And there were 20 cases on my docket. And obviously you would have two parents, generally a Spanish interpreter, and so forth. And of those 20 cases, I only had a total of 6 members of the public come in. Everybody else used the Polycom system. So we've made great strides in that. The waiting room here in the juvenile court would ordinarily have 40 or 50 plus folks. Due to social distancing, we can only accommodate 17. So our clerk's office did have the protective glass, but they had that pre-COVID, and that was largely because of the volatility of the cases that this court hears. You know, custody, visitation, protective orders, and taking people's children away from them, right? So that was up for their safety. And we have plexiglass in our courtrooms. I do have to say, I agree with all of the other judges that previously spoke this evening in thanking the county attorney's office, the Commonwealth attorney's office, the public defender's office, private attorneys, because those folks really, because our court never closed, were, you know, needed to be here in order for people's cases to be heard. We do try to have some of the criminal cases remote, but if an attorney wants their client present, we're happy to have them brought over. And again, we've tried to space out our courtroom with people sitting on opposite ends of the conference table. Because the hub takes up so much space, it takes up our witness box. So people are testifying from counsel table or from a chair on the other side, because we cannot have folks in domestic violence cases or protective order cases sitting a very short distance from the alleged defendant, you know, the defendant. So we're also doing quite a bit of work with protective orders coming in remotely, and Mr. Conklin can speak more about the remote filings. Just about all of the filings are done remotely, but protective order cases are being done remotely, and anybody who has a protective order case can appear remotely. That is never denied. They just make a request. So DES has been good to come around. DTS, we now have, like I said, the hub, and we now thankfully have what I call the magic phone. And I'm very excited about the magic phone, because the magic phone allows us now to access up to upwards of 10 people by phone. So in the event we need to have more people appear remotely or do so by phone, we can do that now with this phone and not with all of the attorneys having to use their phone to get their respective clients on. I am also eternally grateful to the Circuit Court and the General District Court, who have been kind enough to loan us their courtrooms in instances where we might have had a number of co-defendants and there would be too many people. Obviously, you can't have co-defendants and 10 people in a courtroom, right? So when they were able to accommodate us, we have been able to hold hearings in 11A, 10D, 3C, and 3A. Additionally, the Juvenile and Domestic Relations District Court was responsible for handing out the licenses to the new drivers, and that was the first Wednesday of every month. We have not done that. What we have done is do a video that meets the needs of the statutory requirements, and that is posted on the county website. So we're very happy about that, because that keeps 150 people basically out of our courtrooms, or we would do that in the General District Court, out of the General District Court every Wednesday.
Great. Wonderful.
Okay. So, Mr. Conk,
Well, can I just say, I thank you, Judge Robb, for explaining how we've continued to proceed with court during this very struggling, tough times, and also for being such a great colleague. So I would like to say that we've done our best to follow all the Supreme Court, Circuit Court, and government directives for safety. I think we've done a good job handling a lot of our cases virtually and limiting appearances of people and transporting juveniles and adults to court. And also, we've done made a good effort to keep juveniles and adults out of secure facilities. I would like to say that the Safe Havens program is is 2 years old, and it's our program that supervises visitation and exchange for victims, for families that are involved in domestic violence. We were able to maintain that program virtually in the beginning of COVID, and more recently to have some in-person program participation. We have had difficulty getting our grant funding extended, and Earl Conklin can explain to you how we're going to proceed with that. I will say that I'm nearing the mandatory age for state judges' retirement. So this will be the last time in 23 years that I will be appearing at a county budget event like this. So thank you very much. I appreciate all you've done to make Arlington a great place and all the services and support you've given the Arlington Juvenile Courts.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you for your years of service. I know we're going to hear from Mr. Conklin, but certainly want to thank you directly, and I also will go now to Mr. Conklin, and then we'll come back to questions if we, such as we have them. Go ahead, Mr. Conklin.
Thank you, Mr. DeFronte. I am going to just hit the highlights of the materials that you have and not go into much detail. Let's bring the PowerPoint up. Next page, please. You can see on this page our formal mission, but what I will tell you is that mission is practically, for practical purposes, it has changed to promoting behavior change in our clients. That is a dramatic change from the days where the traditional days of probation services, being responsible to surveil youth, enforcing court orders, focusing on accountability and punishment. If you ask a probation counselor now what their job is about, they would tell you it's about helping promote behavior change in the clients that we work with. That's a very different mission. When you hear us talk about transformation of our juvenile justice services, that's what we're talking about. Next slide, please. These are just the basic units of JDR Court. I won't read them. They are things you're largely familiar with. We have focused a lot on the last couple of bullets, detention alternatives. What can our court do in lieu of putting youth in secure detention and diverting youth from our system? So those have been focused in recent years. Next slide. These are the community programs that we operate. Unlike other courts, we actually operate a number of programs and services that are pretty substantial. Our group homes, Aurora and Argus, the Girls Outreach Program and our Young Achievers Program. There's nothing like these in the county. They fill an important role. They are for kids that have identified risk factors, possibly court involvement, and it works with them every day after school while they live at home. So they're pretty remarkable programs. Judge Varoutzis has mentioned the Safe Havens program, and then our gang prevention efforts. The last slide had a picture of our gang soccer tournament. These are pretty intensive outreach programs that are provided largely at the request of parents or the school, and are very effective. Next slide, please. So, basic initiatives, the continuity of throughout COVID. We have a whole slide on that, so I will not go into that here. Our disparities page, we're going to talk about that as well. I've mentioned transformation, but our Juvenile Detention Center, all of you are familiar with the study that occurred. We are moving forward with the recommendations. I have one slide that addresses that as well. The last bullet is something I really want to focus on because this is an area of importance to us and to the community, and that is moving our resources to the front end, including pre-court, pre-diversion. For instance, and I'll give you some examples of how this has happened. Our group home, Argus House, will take parent referrals for youth. They do not need to come through the court system in order to have access to that program and counseling. Girls Outreach largely serves referrals from the school system. For girls that are not attending school and having difficulty, they contact her and those referrals are made directly without the youth having to be involved in the juvenile court. So those are good initiatives that we're really expect to have more of those kind in the future. Another example is our RISE Youth Mentoring Program. There really was not a general, widely available mentoring program for kids in Arlington County for adolescents. And so we've started that, and we're happy to see that continue to grow. Next slide, please. So budget reductions for this year, the one probation counselor position was frozen for a year, and that we did not get the initial renewal of our Safe Havens grant. We have reapplied and expect an answer in October regarding that funding for that program. Next slide. So Judge Robb had mentioned many of the things the court has done. In addition to what the court has done, there are changes in how juvenile court services are provided. I'm going to start with this third bullet, which is we are able to file all kinds of matters with the court, petitions, virtually. So if a petitioner, if a parent is at home and they're filing for child custody, they can meet with a probation officer, intake officer, and conduct that transaction from their home using technology. If they come into the courthouse, we have 2 external facing computers that we can allow them to use, and they can file any of their petitions that they're looking for from those computers. So there is no need for in-person contact. It can be all done remotely. That's true of child welfare counselors. If they're filing for removal of a child from their home, they can do that remotely. Law enforcement officers who are filing a charge on a youth or a family member can do that remotely as well. So they do not need to come into the office. That's a big change. Those are some things that we expect to hang on in some fashion post-pandemic. I want to talk specifically about protective orders because what has happened, and this is really with Judge Robb's leadership and Project Peace support, we have altered the system so that a person seeking a protective order does not need to come physically to the courthouse anytime all the way through the first hearing on their case. So that's a pretty remarkable, I know of no other court service intake office in the state that is doing those kinds of things, where people can file remotely through with the court. Most of our probation meetings have been virtual. Probation officers see kids by teams or other ways they connect with youth. For the high-risk youth that we need to see on a regular basis, the probation officers have gone to their homes, met with them on their front porch, met with them in a park, been creative about ways to spend time with those kids and provide some support to them through the pandemic. And then our community programs, the group homes and our after-school programs, they suspended services briefly. In-person services continued to monitor kids in their homes and in the community and work with them, provide counseling, provide groups through different virtual ways, and then began serving in person again around June, especially at the end of the last school year and through this school year. Those programs have really needed to respond to kids, largely kids of color, who were not cutting it in the virtual school world. They were not going to school. They were not connecting virtually. They weren't responding to requests from the school. And so these programs adapted to really providing academic support to kids through and continue to do that. So kids would report to the program in shifts. So there'd be kids in the morning, kids in the afternoon. So we kept the numbers low. And they would get academic support, logging in, and we're really doing well with school. So our programs have adapted to what the real needs of the kids are at this point in time. Next slide, please. So this is the punchline on our detention center. I know you may have more questions for that, and there'll be more information, I'm sure, coming forward. But the commission has moved forward to address some of the facility concerns, have connected with the Mosley architectural firm. They're providing a condition assessment on just the basic capital needs of the facility, and they are providing some recommendations on how to normalize the environment so it is more conducive to the developmental and mental health needs of the kids. They've got some good ideas. We've seen some rough ideas of what they're going to propose. We have asked the commission is looking at the city of Alexandria, and they're seriously considering providing project management of this through their Department of Project Implementation. So that would provide some strong connections to make sure that it meets the expectations of the jurisdictions. And then staffing changes, the commission has reduced the staffing levels consistent with what was asked by the report, and then they've outsourced some of the administrative functions. So that's a quick overview of what's happened at the detention center, but the work continues there, and I'm sure at any point you'd like an update on that, we'd be able to provide it. Next slide, please. So our juvenile justice system has been engaged in an effort around reducing racial and ethnic disparities in our juvenile justice system here in Arlington. A group including our judges, the CA's office, public defender's office, community services board, child welfare, schools, police, and court services attended a week-long program on reducing disparities at Georgetown Center for Juvenile Justice Reform. It was a very valuable week. I think we oriented ourselves since that time to reducing the disparities in our system. There's no secret. I think everyone is aware that most of the kids that we have in our detention center that are on probation tend to be youth of color, and our commitment was to try and reduce the disparities we see in our system. So I'll give you an example of how that's practically come to life. It was obvious that from the data that we pulled together following that probation violations were one of the main drivers of youth penetrating more deeply into the juvenile justice system. So the team, our red team, established the goal of reducing probation violations. So we've done a number of things related to that, and an example is funding an incentive program. I mentioned the change in relationship that probation officers have. Well, we now have adopted an expectation and are tracking this, that a probation officer, a probation counselor, have a 4-to-1 ratio of incentives to one sanction for their kids. So it really is a program in which they're encouraging kids, supporting them, giving them rewards for success, acknowledging their improvements, and that's changing the relationship of probation. So that's an example of one thing that our red team has targeted. The data collection is a big thing. We need to continue to collect data on each of the decision points of a youth encountering the system. That includes when they are referred by police to the intake officer, what happened, what decisions are made around detention, what decisions are made around diversion, what decisions are made around providing alternatives to detention. We can analyze all of that by race and ethnicity and other factors. So that's just kind of the high level points on our efforts around equity. Okay, next slide, please. The expenses and revenue are down, largely due to the revenue, especially largely due to the Safe Havens grant that we did not get renewed through the extension grant. We are hopeful that will be remedied in in October with our new application, and that would be approved for 3 years. If it's not, it's our expectation that we will find FTEs within our department or funding within our department to continue the Safe Havens program by moving resources around to fill in the costs of that safe haven services. Next slide, please. So the frozen position, the impact is that there'll be an increase to the caseload for the existing probation counselors. Just to give you an idea of what those numbers look like, in fiscal year 20, there were 597 cases that were supervised by or managed by a probation counselor. And we had 14 probation case managers between our intake officers and our probation counselors. So that came to a 43 average. We expect, with 13, that average will increase to 46. And I will say the pandemic has definitely influenced the cases coming into court. Juvenile crime is down, which is a wonderful thing. And so that also means that we have fewer cases, looking into FY22. Next slide, please. So this is a forward look. We're optimistic that we'll get the Safe Havens grant in October, that there may be funding at some point from the 3 jurisdictions regarding the Northern Virginia Detention Center renovations or improvements, and that our Young Achievers program, we'd love to expand that program at some point in the future, and would require some of its own space to do so. Next slide, please. If you have any questions, I think either I or the judges are here to try and answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Conklin, and the judges. The thought occurs to me that over the last year, we've done a year and a half, we've done quite a bit in this area, and I hope that each of the 3 of you, the judges and Mr. Conklin, you all have a sense that each of us on the board cares deeply about the work you're doing. And slide 9 in particular, as you were describing your equity work, really helpful. And so I don't know that we'll have as many questions, but I hope you understand that that's not because each of the 5 of us don't care deeply about the work that you do. We each have a ton of respect for it. So we do, Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. So I have a number of sort of observations and then maybe a sort of a question. First, thank you again, Mr. Conklin. It might seem strange. I've been doing this. This is maybe my 13th budget. Your presentations stick with me in many ways more than almost any other, because I feel like I've watched how the juvenile justice system has moved from punishment to real justice and actually kind of trying to meet the needs of the young people. And you have done so much work. And actually, just a little side thing, looking at the Northern Virginia Detention Center, that architecture firm I recognize because they did a lot of schools for us. That's a schools firm. So instead of a detention center, the architect's going to be doing a school from a school's perspective, which is just what those kids need. So I really want to thank you all for that. The red team and what you're doing in equity, great, but all of you, I think that is wonderful. And on the frozen probation counselor, maybe we'll talk a little bit, there's been a little thawing in the freeze and see, I want to make sure that we have, the student, the kids can get the kind of attention they do. And I'm glad that right now the court has sort of made the shift into 21st century technology and is able to do things. And Judge Baroutsis, congratulations on all your years of service and retiring. But I do need to say, when I was chair, there were a number of distressing situations, particularly when we as a county didn't have control over things. And one of the most distressing was when we heard that people in your office, Judge Baroutsis, were told not to wear masks. And we were told that you were not taking the kind of steps that you needed to take. And I found our public health people coming kind of in despair, trying to work it out. It got worked out. It took a long time. And so I will, just sort of say, I know you're retiring. Judge Rob's going to stay. We have no, power over you all. So I'm not going to say that we can do something different, but I don't want to ever have to see that again. And if there is something that the county didn't do that you needed to make those steps, I'd love to hear it. But wearing masks was so basic, and I'm pleased that we finally took it, but it took way too long. And I feel like I have to say that because there was just a lot of suffering and consternation that went on. So
Well, I don't know what kind of suffering you're talking about, but I never told anybody in my court not to wear a mask ever. And the fact that, somehow somebody said that, and I don't know who it could have been, because it never happened. And
I was informed it was in the office, not the court.
I never told anybody that they didn't have to wear a mask. I never told that. And they were encouraged to wear masks. And I mean, really, and somehow, anyway, the Washington Post.
That's fine. I hope that's the case.
The Washington Post ended up doing an article, and it probably wasn't, wasn't a good thing to get the Washington Post involved. But anyway, it was a long time ago, and it's, anyway, we're moving on.
Right. I wish you all the best, and just hopefully we're never there again. Thanks.
Thank you.
So it seems like the right time to also share that, just in this context, that tomorrow, those who have not received invitations, the forward-facing staff that you have will be receiving invitations for doses tomorrow. That's a good step. It's clear that each of you are very committed to the ongoing work. We appreciate the presentation, perhaps in part because of the hour. I don't have questions. We all do care deeply about the work and are grateful for your service. It's so clear from each of your presentations that you're committed to the kids and the families that you're working with. So thank you. And with that, we will move on and wish you good evenings, and look for those emails tomorrow with invitations, and we'll go to our public defender, Mr. Haywood.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for having us. I know everyone has promised to get through their slides quickly. I think I'm going to be the first to actually do that. So, so yeah, if we can move to the first slide, that'd be great. That's our mission statement. We know that. Move to the next slide, please. So, in case you weren't aware of this, I hope it's clear from the work that we do, but we have very high standards for ourselves as an office. We aim to be the very best public defender's office in Virginia, and no less than that. And we aim for that in multiple ways: in our trial advocacy, in helping our clients achieve good life outcomes, not just good legal outcomes, and as movement lawyers who contribute to making our entire system more just and equitable. And we believe that's been especially important during an historic civil rights movement, because obviously that's been going on in addition to the pandemic. And we feel that we've been a critical voice in helping the county understand some of the problems that need to be addressed, and also work constructively to help chart a path forward. So if we can move to the next slide.
Why didn't she bring that up?
You knew she was going to bring it up.
Well,
but it's also hearing.
Might want to
hang on just a second.
Yep.
There we go. Judges.
Okay, we could have said, I disagree.
Judges. Thank you. Go ahead.
So some of these issues in the budget highlights might look familiar to you, but I think it's important to bring them up because these are key issues. These have been key issues in our growth, and they've only really been possible with the county's support. I think the very first time I spoke with the board, we were confronting a real issue with not being appointed to cases. We were not being appointed to most of the felony cases in Arlington, which was just a terrible state of affairs. The county board supported us in that regard, as did a lot of other officials and civic leaders. That's been addressed. And now the first full fiscal year after that problem was addressed, we were appointed to, I think it was more than 400 more felony cases than the previous year, which is equivalent to the caseload of about 2.5 public defenders. So that has helped us in many ways. It has justified us returning to full staff. We started as an office in 2004 with 13 lawyers. We had staff positions taken away from us due to a lower caseload. And now we're going to have 12 lawyers by the end of this year, thanks to the Indigent Defense Commission recognizing that we're doing great work and that we have the caseload also to justify it. And it's also allowed us to have an impact on a lot of the most serious cases, because those are the ones that really shape policy
And those are the ones that have the biggest impact for, human lives, both, defendants and victims. So that's been a huge help. And I think that's allowed us to be a much more effective office. We've also overhauled our bond practice, pretrial practice, I should say. It's more than just bond. So for several years, we've ensured that every client that we represent has a bond hearing within 24 hours. Or if there's someone who needs additional diversion or interventions, that we refer them to things like the county's very excellent bond diversion program, or now the behavioral health docket. And we're also now we have been leading an effort to have counsel present at first appearance in every case. That's something that's actually been, there was some legislation that was almost passed on that this year. It's something that's not that common, but we were trying to innovate in that regard. And actually the sheriff was open to it. Ms. Degani Tapti was open to it. And unfortunately, the pandemic hit right when we were starting to make some progress, but we're going to revisit that as soon as we can. Just as I mentioned, that we are wholly committed to the many diversion programs run by the county. Like I said, we aim to achieve great life outcomes, not just great legal outcomes. And I think that not only have we been able to take advantage of a lot of the great programs the county funds, but our contributions to those programs have been equally as important. One thing that got a lot of press, I know was somewhat acrimonious at the time, but we're well past that, was the negotiations over the behavioral health docket. And we insisted on having a pre-plea docket because that was model practice throughout the country. It was hard to get there, but we got there. And now, as it stands, the behavioral health docket, many, if not most, people that are in it are at a pre-plea basis. And one just has to wonder how many people would be in the program if we didn't have it that way. So it was ultimately a collaborative process to get there, but I think our input was really critical. We also have been leading in community engagement. As the county knows, I'm sure, Allie Carpenter is with me today. Actually, I forgot to announce Allie. That's really pathetic of me, actually, because Allie basically runs the office half of the time, if not most of the time. Allie was one of the leaders in the police practices group, and we also have we're on the board of the steering committee of Restorative Arlington. So I think we've had at least two maybe the first two restorative justice cases were done by our office, including one restorative case in a very serious case. So we are leading the way in that regard. And like I said before, and I'll say again later, we've been, I think, a critical voice in efforts to bring racial justice to our local legal system. And the last item on this slide is diversity and staff retention. Our hard work to improve the quality of the services we provide, that case assignments issue I mentioned, and of course, I think mostly the supplements, that they've allowed, all those things have allowed us to retain great lawyers. We've been able to promote a really deserving lawyer to a senior trial attorney position this year. And we've also been able to seriously diversify our staff. That's something we're exceptionally proud of. We believe that diversity is merit, and we are proud to have substantially diversified our attorney staff this year. If we can move on to the next slide. I'm sure that the board may have some questions about this. Public defender practice everywhere has been incredibly challenging during the pandemic. I mean, everything's been challenging, but it just makes for an entirely different workplace. The defining feature of most public defenders' offices is the teamwork, the collegiality, those sorts of things. Just having people in the office with you, share your values, you can rely on, who build you up when you had a bad day. And we can't do any of that. And those are the things that get you through when you have such a hard job as us. But we have had to deal with the difficulties of court, and those have been more complicated. Arlington's criminal courts really have been open nearly for just almost at normal levels since June of last year. We've had a lot of interaction with people who are disproportionately high risk for COVID. It's been something that's caused a great deal of anxiety for us. We have done some innovative things to try to address the situation. We partnered with the lawyers, our office partnered with the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law to file the first COVID-related joint clemency petition for a class of Arlington detainees. And we also had a related motion for reconsideration in light of the risks of COVID-19 in the correctional setting. I should note that the Commonwealth, although they didn't help us actually prepare that petition and the clemency petition and the reconsideration motion, they cooperated with us. They were great. And we all tried to reduce jail population as much as we could in light of the pandemic. So a couple practical ways in which our representation has been affected. we aren't able to meet clients in person. I mean, when you have clients, first of all, who generally are going to distrust you, not just because of the position they're in being in charge of the crime, but a lot of people just don't trust public defenders. To not be able to meet them in person just adds another layer to that. Just it makes it a higher hurdle to clear, you know, and having a really excellent, trusting attorney-client relationship. We haven't had contact visitation. That's also been really difficult. Things like getting plea agreements signed or going over discovery. And we haven't been able to do any in-person fact investigation. We just don't think it's fair for the 2 fact investigators in our office to be the ones that just bear all the burden of putting themselves at risk in the community all the time. So they haven't really done it. And that makes it a lot harder to prepare for trial. And of course, a lot of people have been waiting for trial, for jury trials. Next slide, please. So this is just in terms of how we've worked. We've tried to keep a skeleton staff as much as we can. A lot of ways that hasn't been possible, but we've tried to keep low staff levels. As far as I know, there was a question from the board or the county manager who wanted to know how the ways we've pivoted or changed our work are going to last. There really aren't many. It's just the nature of our work. There isn't much that we can do remotely. I mean, some things like increasing our reliance in cloud storage or doing some more remote work when possible. But our job is just one of those things that technology doesn't make a lot different. So next slide. I know the county has been deeply concerned. You've made that obvious about racial justice and racial equity. That is our priority. Our priority, I think, our number one priority. We see our work as synonymous with the work of racial equity and racial justice. I often tell my staff that we're on the front lines of a civil rights movement. Like I said, our work is the work of equal justice and racial justice. And especially in a community like ours, where only a small fraction of citizens are actually directly affected by the justice system, many people simply just aren't aware of the problems that are faced in the legal system. And even fewer, I think, work to actually change those things. So the way we look at it, if we don't speak up, if we aren't involved, if we aren't dedicating our lives to this, who will? Like, who will do that? So it's on us, and it's a significant burden. And I know that my office, I love them to death. I admire them, but I know that I ask for tremendous sacrifices from them. And, you know, especially during this pandemic year, the things that they have done, just going out of their way during this civil rights movement to make our community better, to help our clients, to make our courthouse better. It's just been incredible. So, you know, I've been in awe, and I've been so thankful. And I think we as an office have been thankful to be in the position that we're in. Next slide, please. This is, there's something in there about body-worn cameras. I can talk more about that if you'd like. The short version is the burden on us is the same as it is on the Commonwealth's attorney. We have to review all the same footage. We have the same legal obligations. I know they got 4 attorney positions. I believe that the county manager has proposed an additional paralegal position for us. We thank the county so much for that proposal and hope that gets approved. It will be an immense help. We could also use 4 new attorneys for what it's worth. I know money's tight, especially the past 2 years, but just wanted to mention that. If we could move on to the next slide. So, yeah, this is just, I think I've said most of these things already. All I would add is, in terms of if the county is, as the county knows, because we've submitted a lot of documents about this, we believe that pay parity is important. It's pretty common. It's common sense why that is. If you have more money, you can attract and retain better talent. The people who come to us over higher paying jobs, they're doing that because they're passionate about the work they do and they want to make a difference. But sometimes, practical realities, come into loggerheads with passion and one's desire to do what they love and what they care about. And just having more funds to be able to help people stick with the jobs they love and that they're good at. The Commonwealth's attorney can do that. We can't. I think by and large we make 20 to 40% less than them in terms of comparable positions, and we make a similar lower amount than federal public defenders and public defender service. So, just having that additional funding, and I know that the supplement already has been a huge help, but the longer we are, we're asked, obviously over time, we would request to approach or if not achieve pay parity. So that I've said enough, and if the board has questions, I would love to help answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Haywood, for the presentation, and Ms. Carpenter as well for both of your commitment to fairness, fundamental fairness, and to the work that you're doing as a team. I don't see hands. I know that you've engaged with the manager regarding pay parity, and there's each of us on the board, I think, have met in separate groups with you, and it's pay parity seems, I believe in it, and I hope that over time we'll get there. And so I don't want to, my sense is that at least the start that's in this proposed budget is a start that you are pleased with at this stage, given the difficulties we face. And so I desperately don't want to extend a very long meeting or take defeat from the jaws of victory. So I don't know if there are any closing thoughts that are burning, but I don't want to end without reiterate. I mean, we have been talking, of course, of your staff who is eager to get COVID vaccine appointments, and you know that happened earlier today. And I think it's fair to say that each of us on the board does know and does think about what your team is going through, and that makes an impact on us. So unless there are big thoughts, we will conclude for this evening, and thank you to each of you and all of you in the Public Defender's Office for what you do.
Thank you very much.
With that, okay, we will adjourn. Thank you.
Thank you.